Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Mr. President, a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the gallery please rise, and members of the Senate, for the prayer given by Calvin Butler, our own senator, attends the New Zion Baptist Church in Magnolia, Mississippi, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Hill. Senator Butler.
Father God, we come this morning with thanksgiving in our heart, Lord. Thank you for all you're doing in our lives. Thank you right now, Lord, for just the opportunity to bless your name. Lord, you're so good to us. You're better to us than we are to ourselves. And Lord, we say thank you this morning. Lord God, I ask you right now to bless all my colleagues as we prepare to do the work for the people of this great state of Mississippi. Lord, you choose ordinary men and women of this state and charge them to do extraordinary things for this great state. And Lord, we say thank you. Lord, I ask you also, Lord, to look over our governor of this state, our lieutenant governor, our speaker, all our colleagues in the House. Lord, we know it takes all of us, Lord, to come together and do the things that are pleasing in your sight. Help us to continue to do the things that are better and will make things better for this great state. We thank you, we praise you, we honor you. But most of all, Lord, we love you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Join me in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Senator Butler. Thank you, Senator Hill. Reading of the journal, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Next are the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. I recognize Senator Polk.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and the resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Introduction of guests. We'll go to introduction. Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if you will help me to welcome our doctor of the day, Dr. Loretta Jackson. She is the Vice Dean for Medical Education at UMMC. She's an emergency medicine physician. She hails from Indianola, but currently lives in Flowood. So if y'all will, please join me and make her welcome.
Thank you very much. Senator Hickman, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the Senate would join me in welcoming some of Mississippi's brightest young individuals, and I don't just call them the brightest because they voluntarily signed up to take a class that I offer at Tougaloo, but they are certainly bright individuals. Would you please welcome to the Senate and stand as I introduce you Madison Stanton, Avery Robinson, and Anaya McGee. Give them a hand and make them feel welcome.
All ayes. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an introduction.
Please proceed.
This morning with us, fellow senators, we have Project Search from Singing River Hospital. We have them both in the North and the South Gallery. We have a good crowd here with us. And Project Search does a great job preparing young people with special abilities for success and competitive integration into employment. This is a partnership with Ocean Springs School District, the Mississippi Department of Rehabilitation Services, and Singing River Hospital. And if you allow me to introduce them, we have their instructor, Ms. Lee Worsham. We have interns Hannah Cook, Tamaya Dunklin, and Nalia Level. We also have VR counselor Deanna Coons, skilled trainer Stephen Riles. We have Kevin Bishop, who is the Director of Workforce Development. We also have Mr. Chris Howard, who is the Executive Director of Mississippi Department of Rehabilitation Services. We have Dino Harrison from Singing River Health System. We also have two young ladies there with constituent services that I met earlier. I'm so proud to have all of y'all here, and I'm very proud for this program that we have at Singing River Hospital Project Search. Congratulations to our interns for being here, and if you guys would help me welcome these young people.
Thank you. We appreciate y'all's work. Very important. Thank you. Senator Carter, you're recognized for announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the West Gallery, I have one of my constituents, Jonathan Allen from the Mississippi Gulf Coast. He owns Allen Toyota. He's with the Mississippi Automobile Dealers Association. Jonathan, if you stand up, we'd like to have the Senate make you welcome.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized for an announcement.
Introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the West Gallery, if you'll direct your attention to a constituent of mine, he is the owner of Stan King Chevrolet, Mr. Paxton King, if you'll stand up. He is a member of the Mississippi Automobile Dealers Association as well. If you'll make him feel welcome.
Senator McClendon, you're recognized. Senator McClendon, you're recognized for an introduction.
Introduction, please, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
In the West Gallery, I'd like for the Senate to welcome Mr. Drew DePriest from All-Star Chevrolet. If you'd stand, Drew. Drew and I have known each other for a long time. We were fraternity brothers at Memphis State. He is also Mississippi Auto Dealership Association and one of the finest people you'll ever know. His father's been in the car dealership for many years before that, and what they do for our community is beyond recognition. Thank you so much, Drew. Welcome to Mississippi Senate.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the gallery, on behalf of Senator England and myself, we have with us Drew Estabrook of Estabrook Motors. Appreciate everything that you do. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Senator McMahon, you're recognized for an introduction.
Introduction, Mr. President.
Senator Suber, you're recognized.
Members of the Senate, would y'all please face the West Gallery, and I would like to recognize one of my former constituents, and on behalf of Senator Nicole, Senator McMahon, thank everybody in the state of Mississippi, Mr. Michael Joe Cannon. And nobody beats a Senate deal, nobody.
Michael Joe, it's really good to have you here. We appreciate all your work you do all over Mississippi. Senator Sparks, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction. In the gallery, I would ask Phil Moore, if you will, to please stand. Phil Moore has Fillmore Buick GMC in Jackson, and I'm not encroaching on my representatives from this area. Phil Moore is from Belmont, Mississippi, and a fine family member of mine. I'd like for you to welcome him to the Mississippi Senate. Thank you.
Hello, 1, 2, 3. It's not working. Okay, is it? It shows its own, y'all.
Thank you.
Let's see. Is that better? No, it's not coming out. All right. You can't hear it, but it's just, there it is. It kicks in. Okay, is that better? Nope. All right. Introductions. Senator Kirby, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call a quick Rules Committee meeting in front of the chamber as soon as possible.
Rules Committee meeting in front of the chamber. Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request privileges of the floor for our special guest this morning, the recipients of this year's Governor's Arts Awards.
Senator Horn's requested floor privileges. Floor privileges are granted. Mr. Wagner, please show him to the floor. It's the Governor's Arts Awards.
Test 1, 2, 3.
What's wrong with this? You can come try to fix it. I want to get it where it works. Okay. Sergeant at Arms, is he bringing him, Senator Horn? Otherwise, we need to go.
I'd like to ask the Sergeant of Arms to direct our guest to the floor of the Senate, Mr. President. Sergeant at Arms. All right, I believe the Sergeant at Arms is escorting our guest into the chamber, Mr. President.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we know we're on deadline day today. But annually, the state of Mississippi pauses to pay homage to one of the greatest assets we possess in our state, and that is our arts. For several decades, the Mississippi Arts Commission, headed up at this time by Executive Director Sarah Story, has on an annual basis provided a means to honor folks who have demonstrated great excellence in the arts, and this year is no different. We would like to say that we had an opportunity several years ago to work for the Arts Commission. It was one of the most gratifying experiences of my life. Richard Dunlop says that we have an embarrassment of riches in the arts in Mississippi for being such a small state. And so, Mr. President, without any further ado, I'd like to begin the presentations. This year, we have six recipients of the Arts Awards. Four are here with us today. And I'd like to begin with Senate Concurrent Resolution number 539, Alcorn State University Jazz Festival. Mr. President, I'd like to have the title of SCR 539 read at this time.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution number 539, a concurrent resolution extending the recognition of the Mississippi Legislature to the Alcorn State University Jazz Festival as a recipient of the 2022 Governor's Arts Awards for Arts in the Community.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the Alcorn State University Jazz Festival has been a popular regional destination for jazz fans and musicians for more than 40 years, making it one of the longest running all jazz festivals in the region. Any members who are interested in joining us here at the dais, at the wheel, are certainly welcome to do so. 35 years ago, Dr. David Miller took the helm of the festival and has overseen its exponential growth. With humble beginnings as a single-day festival in the small campus of the university at Lorman, it's now a multi-day event that takes place mostly in nearby Vicksburg. Thousands of high school students and college musicians, along with band directors, working musicians, and jazz fans from around the country have made this annual free event a constantly growing success. Every year since 1982, the National Endowment for the Arts has awarded several NEA Jazz Masters Fellowships, which is the highest honor that our nation bestows on jazz artists, with many of the recipients of this prestigious awards having performed at the festival. Jazz greats who have performed there include Branford Marsalis, McCoy Tyner, Esperanza Spalding, Mulgrew Miller, Ramsey Lewis, Freddie Hubbard, Louis Belson, Roy Hargrove, Arturo Sandoval, Max Roach, and Chick Corea. A symbol of excellence in Southwest Mississippi, the Alcorn State University Jazz Festival, the Governor's Arts Awards for 2022 recipient of Arts in the Community Award. It gives me great pleasure to present to Dr. Miller a copy of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 539.
I certainly do.
Thank you. All right, and now, Mr. President, I'd like to present Senate Concurrent Resolution number 537, the Governor's Choice Award to Ms. Holly Lane. Mr. President, I'd like to request that the clerk read SCR 537 short title.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution number 537, a concurrent resolution extending the recognition of the Mississippi Legislature to founding director of the Mississippi Book Festival, Holly Lang, as a recipient of the 2022 Governor's Arts Award, Governor's Choice.
And again, Mr. President, I'd like to ask any members who'd like to join us at the wheel to do so. Born and raised in Austin, Texas, Holly Powell Lang has already made a lasting imprint on her adopted state of Mississippi, particularly in the realm of arts. Her acumen at planning events and running nonprofit organizations has led to a steady stream of high-profile projects. She ran Jubilee Jam Music Festival and the emerging Crossroads Film Festival. Some of the large-scale museum openings Holly helped to oversee include the B.B. King Museum in Indianola, the Institute for Southern Jewish Life in Jackson, and the Mississippi Civil Rights and History Museums here in Jackson. Known for her energy and enthusiasm, Holly has served on the boards of the Craftsmen's Guild of Mississippi, the Mississippi Museum of Art, Millsaps College, and the Mississippi Symphony Orchestra, amongst others. In 2015, Holly Lang became the founding director of the project that has come to define her career in arts management in Mississippi, and that's the Mississippi Book Festival. The self-described literary lawn party has become one of the most popular annual events in the state and is held right here on the grounds and in the chambers of the Mississippi State Capitol, belying the notion that no smart people ever come here. Big names at the festival include Angie Thomas, U.S. Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, John Grisham, Joyce Carol Oates, and children's author Dav Pilkey. Not only that, over the years, the festival has attracted tens of thousands of attendees, creating millions of dollars in economic impact. So who says the creative economy ain't about money? In 2021, Ms. Lang stepped down as executive director of the Mississippi Book Festival to focus on her longtime business, Lang Management. The 2022 Governor's Arts Award recipient of the Governor's Choice Award, Ms. Holly Lang. Holly, it gives me great pleasure to present a copy of SCR 537 to you.
Thank you, sir, very much. You ready? Y'all come on. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And now, Mr. President, our presentation of our third awardee, the award for excellence in costume design and arts patron, SCR number 540. I'd like to ask Ms. Myrna Colley to join us at the wheel. Mr. President, I'd like to ask the clerk to read the short title of SCR 540.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 540, a concurrent resolution extending the recognition of the Mississippi Legislature to Myrna Colley as a recipient of the 2022 Governor's Arts Award for Excellence in Costume Design and Arts Patron.
All right, and now, Mr. President, I'd like to just say a little bit about Ms. Myrna Colley. She is an internationally known costume designer as well as a philanthropist, arts advocate, and patron. She is credited as one of the foremost costume designers in the Black theater movement. She started her career in the late 60s and remains active as a designer today. Myrna Colley is a native of North Carolina, but she got to Mississippi as soon as she could. And thereby she began an intense love affair with her adopted state. She's also served as a costume designer, art director, and set designer for film productions. The recipient of a plethora of awards, one of her permanent collections of clothing and costumes is housed at Mississippi State University's library. Ms. Colley proudly calls Tallahatchie County her home, even though the in-demand costume designer has plied her trade on stages and sets around the country. Additionally, she was founding member of Son Etna, an organization that highlighted African-American writers. She is a member of the Rock River Foundation and the Charleston Arts and Revitalization effort in her hometown in Tallahatchie County. She was a long-standing member of the board of the Mississippi Arts Commission, is a member of the Mississippi Museum of Art, and that organization's board of trustees, and the national board for the Center for Art and Public Exchange. The recipient of the 2022 Governor's Arts Award for Excellence in Costume Design and Arts Patron, Ms. Myrna Colley. Ms. Colley, it gives the Senate great pleasure to bestow a copy of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 540 to you. And now, Mr. President, our final presentation of the day. It is Senate Concurrent Resolution number 535, Lifetime Achievement Award in Music, the Williams Brothers. Again, I'd like to invite any members who'd like to join us at the wheel to do so. Mr. President, I request a reading of the short title by the clerk of SCR 535.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 535, a concurrent resolution extending the recognition of the Mississippi Legislature to the iconic gospel group, the Williams Brothers, as the recipient of the 2022 Governor's Arts Award for Lifetime Achievement in Music.
And now, Mr. President, a few words about the Williams Brothers. Few gospel groups can equal the Williams Brothers in terms of longevity. Organized in 1960 by their late father, Leon Pop Williams, and their late brother, Frank Williams. The group now consists of Doug and Melvin Williams, Henry Green, and Andre Tate. Now, Henry couldn't be here, but Doug, raise your hand. Melvin, raise your hand, and Andre, last but not least. Originally based in southwest Mississippi and the town of Smithdale, in a region of the country that has spawned the likes of Snoop Dogg, Britney Spears, Ray J, and Brandy, and some say they're all kin. They were originally called the Little Williams Brothers. Bo Diddley, of course, forgot to mention Bo Diddley. In the late 1960s, the group recorded 2 singles for a small Jackson label called Delta. In 1971, the group reached a national audience through a split-sided album with the Jackson Southerners, another Governor's Arts Award recipient. And that group was led and featured 2 other Williams brothers, Huey and Frank. Throughout the 1970s, the group toured extensively on the success of numerous albums and hit singles for labels like Nashboro, Savoy, Tomato, and New Birth Records. The 1980s saw the group settle in at the Jackson Malico Records Company, where they recorded several more popular and award-winning albums. Winner of the Gospel Music Awards top award, which is called the Stellar Award, and also a Grammy nominee, they have performed at some of the most hallowed venues in the world, including Madison Square Garden, Apollo Theater, Radio City Music Hall, and Carnegie Hall. The Williams Brothers were the first gospel headliner to appear at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. The group has recorded 3 Billboard #1 albums, 18 top 10 albums. They have released more than 42 albums. The Williams Brothers have shared the stage with Stevie Wonder, Brandy, Charlie Pride, Jerry Lee Lewis, Patti LaBelle, James Taylor, and many more. In 2015, they performed at the White House with Aretha Franklin for former President Barack Obama. The Governor's Arts Award 2022 recipient for Lifetime Achievement in Music, the Williams Brothers. And ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present a copy of SCR 535 to the Williams Brothers. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if you would rise and join with me in giving all of our awards recipients a round of applause. Well, Senator Barnett wanted me to suggest that the Williams Brothers give us a quick rendition, but in the interest of time, we'll defer that. Before we leave the wheel, Mr. President, you know, we did not do an in-person awards ceremony last year because of the pandemic. We have one of last year's recipients, one of the most talented musicians, composers. He has had an impact in this country on American popular music for over 50 years, and he's going to be the conductor of the orchestra that will be performing later today. Mr. Benjamin Wright, I think it's in the gallery. Benjamin, where are you? Would you please stand? Now, if you really want to hear some good music, if you really want to hear some great music, you need to come tonight to listen to this gentleman's work. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, it gives me great pleasure to have received your indulgence for these presentations. We need to celebrate Mississippi wherever we find an opportunity to do so, and our arts is probably one of the best places where we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess subject to call of the chair.
Stand in recess, subject to call of the chair. The chair anticipates this will be approximately 10 minutes. Stand in recess. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
already passed a trooper pay bill that's different numbers than what we've got here, but not too far off from what we've got here. But we'll have to hash this out, certainly take a look at the budget when we get further down the line to see if we can do this. But we need to be competitive with our troopers, and hopefully this is a good step to get us that way. So that's an explanation of the amendment, Mr. President, and I will yield for questions.
Senator Carter, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
Will you yield for questions,
I
Senator?
yield, yes.
Please proceed, Senator Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does this apply to the other various law enforcement officers under the Department of Public Safety as well?
MBI and MBN. And yeah, MBI and NBN, all the officers in the, that are in the code sections, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hickman, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
I
Please
yield.
proceed.
So I understand that we're going to be working on the numbers some, but this puts us competitive with the states around us. And is this something that they have a southeastern average for? Would that put us within that range or something like that?
I looked at several states. This gets us real close to Louisiana. We're way below Texas. Arkansas, this may put us slightly ahead of Arkansas. I would need to look. I think their starting pay was about 43.5, 44. This would take ours to 45,950. This is Tennessee is above that, but I can't remember exactly in Alabama. But it puts us competitive.
Thank you for the work you've done on this. I think this is really necessary.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other
Senator
questions?
DeBar. Senator DeBar, one moment, please, Senator. For what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
You, Senator.
I yield.
Senator DeBar, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I should have asked you about this in committee, Senator Hobson.
Well, in fairness to you, in committee, if you recall, we brought the code sections forward and we were still waiting on the information. So, you know, if as far as the code sections, that's all we covered. So this is your first crack at it.
And I believe we discussed this offline, but does this include the MDOT officers that were transferred to Department of Public Safety?
CTED, yeah, they're out of the code section. They're going to be based on the SPB salary scale.
And so when will that determination be made, and will they be getting a raise if you're aware of anything?
Probably. Well, they will get the minimum. I mean, we've already put the money in the budget. JLBC at least put the money in the budget, assuming things stay like they are. Of course, everything could change as we get further down and we get a better picture of our final revenue estimate. But every state employee, including those, should be at least at the minimum level as set by SPB under SEC squared.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Barr.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Barr, Senator Barr. Other questions? Other questions?
If no other questions, I'll move adoption of the amendment.
Move adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now I'll move adoption of Senate Bill 2120 by use of the morning roll call.
The morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes unanimously. Thank you, Senator Simmons.
Mr. President, with unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author on that bill.
Why is that? So I'm going to ask a show of hands, please, who does not want to be a co-author? Who does not want to be a co-author? Seeing none, is... Permission is granted for all of the senators, other than Senator. Thank you. All right, moving along. Item number 2, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 2, this is a proposal that we brought forth in committee that dealt with the Healthcare Workers Retention Grant Program. I understand the House has put forward a bill that we've got already in the Senate, so I'll move to recommit this bill to the committee from whence it came.
Motion to recommit the bill. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. We go to Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 3, have it retain its place on the calendar and go to item 4, Senate Bill number 2772, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
State Small Business Credit Initiative, authorize MBA to form a private nonprofit entity for economic development.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move we adopt the committee substitute and be recognized to explain it.
Senator Harkins is recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Ladies and gentlemen, what this bill does is it basically conforms to some federal codes that were amended on this program. The history and background, the American Rescue Plan Act of 21 reauthorized and amended the Small Business Jobs Act of 2010, which established a state small business credit initiative program. ARPA provides a combined $10 billion to states in the District of Columbia and territories and tribal governments to help address the economic fallout of the pandemic by increasing access to credit and access to capital for small businesses. What this bill does is there's a couple of different programs that are currently being used under this statute, and this just conforms it to the federal, some changes in the federal code. This did have a provision here for something that is no longer in here, the private nonprofit for economic development. That has been taken out of the bill. So that is the difference in the original bill and the committee substitute before you now. But that is an explanation of what the bill does, and it's on line 11 and 14 where it references U.S. Code as amended.
Okay, thank you, Senator Harkins. Questions on the bill. Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
Are you for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Hill is recognized.
Sorry you caught me not paying good attention. This is not that venture capital bill.
It is. We stripped
It
out
is.
that language.
So what is it, like the crust of it?
It basically recognizes, it conforms to the U.S. Code changes. They amended the U.S. Code that runs this program, and so it's just conforming it to the federal language. It's on line 11 and 14, and I think there's...
So it just basically lets them act in a similar manner as a small business?
Yes, what we've already done, we had a program back in 2010 that we've been operating, and so it just conforms...
So
to the
this is
federal
basically a loan program?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none.
Seeing none, I move adoption of the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator.
If there are no further questions, move adoption by the morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Harkins. Chairman Polk. Number 5 passes. Chairman Polk, number 6 passes. Chairman Fillingane passes. Chairman Carter. Chairman Carter. Chairman Carter on carbon dioxide passes. Chairman Hobson. Chairman Hobson. Passes. Chairman Tate. Chairman Tate passes. Chairman Fillingane passes. Chairman Whaley. On the motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 12, Senate Bill 2504, called up and have the title read.
All other items will retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2504, Department of Wildlife, Fisheries and Parks, set term of Executive Director and create Division of Parks and Recreation.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to move to reconsider the vote by which it passed.
Motion to reconsider the vote by which it passed. Any questions? Seeing none. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Mr. President, I have a strike all I'd like to explain.
One second, we'll get it on. Just 1 second, please. You're recognized to explain your strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, when I explained this bill, I explained it with the exact intent of what I explained to you, but after coming off the podium, we got to talking about it, and we felt like there could be a little bit more clarification made to that, so we wanted to reflect that in the bill. That way I would make sure that I was completely honest with you, and that's my main intent, is to be 100% honest with you on that intent. So the strike all is exactly as I explained it yesterday. You would have an executive director created over the Division of Parks, and that is an explanation of the strike all, and I would yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Sojourner, you're recognized. For what purpose, ma'am?
A question, Mr.
Are you
President.
here for a question, please, sir?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Senator Whaley. I was just looking through the calendar at a couple of bills, and I just want to make sure that I was clear on this, because I think on the calendar, there's also a bill that would have moved parks to the Department of Tourism had we created that. And then there was another one that says we're going to move parks to MDA. And so now this bill is creating a division of parks, a separate division within the Department of Game and Fish, right?
100% correct.
So I just want to make sure, are we going to pass this bill to do the division in Game and Fish, and then are we going to come back later to move it to MDA, or?
I have no intention.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator Sojourner. Senator Butler, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Butler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Weller.
Yes, sir.
Just had a couple questions. Now, you said that we will now have two directors in wildlife, fishery, and parks.
You would have an executive director over law enforcement and biology, and then you would have an executive director over the Division of Parks, where that would be their main focal point.
Okay, now, what would the salaries be? Is that in the bill?
The salary is not set in this bill, no, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Butler. Senator Seymour, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
Were you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Seymour.
Will this still be by advice and consent of the government?
Yes, sir. It's exactly what I explained to you yesterday, 100%.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Seymour. Seeing no further questions, we're ready for your motions.
Like to adopt the strike all?
Motion is to adopt the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Ask for passage by the morning roll call.
Passage is requested by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Tate. McMahon. Present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes. Number 5, Chairman Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. That's number 13, I'm sorry, number 5 bill we've addressed. I
Senate
apologize.
Bill number 2729, single and loose cigarettes, prohibits sale of and set certain penalties for violations.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Mr. President, the author of this bill had hoped that it could be fine-tuned before we got to it on the calendar. He tells me it is still out of tune. He does not desire to try to play the thing. Therefore, I move we recommit.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Bryan. Chairman Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up the item I had a title read.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2600, the Community Rebound Act of 2022 enact.
Senator, make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we be able to speak on the committee sub and ask Senator Sparks to have an opportunity to speak on it.
To explain the committee sub, Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to vote to defeat the committee sub so that we can go back to the original bill 2600. So I would ask that we adopt the committee sub, and I would ask the body to vote no.
Okay. So the motion is to adopt the committee substitute.
And asking the body to vote no and go back to the original bill.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no.
No.
Please proceed, Senator.
I have a strike all amendment to offer on the original bill, if it is appropriate at this time.
It is.
What we have in the strike all amendment, our intention was to have a bill that addressed some reentry issues, dealt with parole and probation. What we are replacing in this strike all is a study committee for the purposes of studying the challenges of monitoring the formerly incarcerated to reduce recidivism through targeted support, supervision, skills attainment, and recommending solutions. It's a 9-member committee, 3 members appointed by the Senate, 3 by the House, the Commissioner of the Department of Corrections or a designee, the Chairman of the Mississippi Parole Board or designee, and the Executive Director of Accelerate Mississippi or a designee. The purpose of this, and there's many questions following the last 2 years of addressing parole issues and addressing the supervision, and sometimes when people are released on earned release supervision, not parole, the number of people being supervised by parole and probation officer. We want to look at all this and bring back good suggestions to this body so that we can reduce recidivism and that we can listen to our parole and probation officers and also address some of the problems the body has brought to us about the concerns for people that are on probation and parole. And that is an explanation of the strike all amendment, and I would yield any questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the strike all? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
If there are no questions, I would ask that we adopt the strike all amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
And then I would ask for adoption of the strike all on the morning roll call.
Adoption of the bill as amended or on the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Chairman. Senator Sparks, Senator Blackwell, passes. Senator Tate. Senator Tate. Item 16 on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 16, Senate Bill 2572, and that's the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read title.
Senate Bill number 2572, Election Commissioners remove requirement of skills assessment.
Ask for the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Tate.
I've got an amendment.
I move to adopt the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
What this bill will simply do is it'll allow our election commissioners as elected officials to be able to serve without taking a test. I don't know of any other elected official that has to take a test in order to, by the will of the people serve. They are required to have annual training hours, and that will remain. I will have at the proper time, would like to amend to have a reverse repealer in it as well. That's an explanation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Butler, you're recognized for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Yes, sir.
So right now, they have to take a test how often?
Every year.
Oh, and now they won't have to, will they have to take the test at all, or they just eliminate it totally?
No, sir. There have been some talks of maybe it should be once a term. That's why I have the reverse repealer in it, so we can just discuss it longer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
For you, Senator. Please,
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Norwood.
Senator Tate, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tate, the test, the essence of the test is?
The last test that I saw was around 20 pages. It was a fill in the blank and there was no words you could choose from. And we need to do something. I don't like what's in place right now.
Okay, but there was no value. What you're saying, there was no value for the test, or the test was not leading in?
I just don't think that it's right that an elected official has to take a test to be able to serve.
Yeah, okay.
That's the main thing. But they do have annual training hours like most elected officials do have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Tate.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hill, for what purpose? Senator Hill. For what purpose, Senator?
Thank you. Just a question.
Please.
How long have they been required to take these tests?
I think this has just been the last 2 or 3 years. It wasn't
Okay.
whenever I was there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion, Senator.
Okay, I move that we pass the amendment, motion on the amendment.
I think you're on the committee substitute.
What do we need to do?
Pass the
Oh,
committee
make
substitute.
a motion that we pass the committee sub. We
All in
adopt the
favor
committee sub.
signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the committee substitute has been adopted. We're ready on your amendment, Senator.
Okay. Simple amendment, it's just a reverse repealer so we can talk about it longer. I'll be happy to answer any questions. If not, then I move that we adopt the amendment.
This will be a voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the bill, Senator.
If there's no further questions, ask for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Yes, use of morning roll call has been requested. All in favor signify by saying, oops. Does anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. Senator Butler?
Unanimous consent, Mr. President, I would like to be added as co-author.
Anyone else? England, Thomas, Jackson, Barnett, Hickman, Jordan.
Yes, but it has a reverse.
Anyone else? Unanimous consent is granted. Seeing no objection. Chairman Tate, number 17 on the calendar.
Yes, sir. I'd like to go to item number 17, Senate Bill 2575, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2575, Judicial Candidates, Revised Limitations on Speech.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Yes, sir. I would like to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Okay.
They're
what
not a-
sen-
I'm sorry, Senator, it's just a straight bill. There's not a substitute on this one,
Okay.
so. you're-
Sorry.
Any questions on the bill? First, you can explain the bill, sir.
Okay, so Senate Bill 2575, what that is going to do is right now, judges have to allow time for certain candidates to be able to politic the jury. And what this will simply do is completely reverse that, where they will not have time to be able to politic the jury. I don't think that's an appropriate place for that to be happening. You have a captive audience of jurors that, you know, by force of being summoned by law enforcement to have to attend, to then have to sit during a political rally, more or less. I've talked to several in the chamber. Some weren't aware that this happens, and some are very aware that this happens. That's Section 1. Section 2, what that simply does is it allows candidates for judicial judges. They're going to still run nonpartisan, but right now there is a federal Supreme Court ruling that says that candidates for judicial offices can align themselves with political parties, but we're not going to allow for them to run as partisan. And so what this bill would do is it would just make it where the state law and federal law would go hand in hand, where they could, if asked, do you vote Republican or Democrat, they could answer that, but at the same time, they would be running nonpartisan on the ballot. That's an explanation of the bill, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question.
You for a question, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've received some comments actually from the judiciary who are, I guess, perplexed by the bill and why this is coming forward. I'm not saying that I understand that there's some others who have talked to you about it. But what's been explained to me is that it's actually a valuable service because you're going to have grand jury terms. They do it. To your point about it being a captured audience, they're there anyway. They're voters. So I guess my question is, what is leading to this bill being necessary? Because it has gone on for a long time. And what I'm being told is that it actually is a service for not only the public, but also the people running
Yes, sir. So my response to that would be, I guess it's just a difference of opinion. If you believe that it's a service to be able to allow, a captive audience to have to listen to political speeches, that's fine. I think that it's a hindrance to the procedure, and that would be my response to you.
Was there something that led to this bill being brought forward or being pushed?
Yes, sir. I'd heard from attorneys, judges, and circuit clerks that all thought that this was inappropriate. And the fact that, there may be a trial going on that is very a heinous crime could be happening, and in the middle of that trial, everything stops, and they shall stop. That's how the bill, that they shall allow time for the candidates.
Okay, I'm just curious, isn't that something up to the discretion of either the senior judge or the
law says they shall allow time. It's
Okay.
not that they may, it says that they shall.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
For you for a question,
Mr.
Senator
President.
Tate.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, my question is very similar to Senator Wiggins. Do you think it's a bad thing for the public to be educated about the candidates that are running for judicial office?
I don't think it's a bad thing for them to be educated. I just don't think that's the appropriate venue and time. And again, that's my opinion. And
Yeah,
that's an opinion.
what's the appropriate venue and time for a judicial candidate to speak to the public?
Not while a trial is going on.
Well, it's not during a trial, is it?
Yes, sir, it could be.
It's when they come in for court, but not during the trial.
Yes, sir. I've talked to attorneys in this chamber that have witnessed that. Yes, sir.
Well, that would be up to the judges. It's the judge's court, correct?
Yes, sir. Here's the thing. I just know that I've talked to several that have felt that it's been inappropriate. And again, it's going to be an opinion. Do you think that it's appropriate or not? And that's for the body to determine.
Sure. Well, judges can't run under party labels, correct?
That's correct.
And so the judge would not have an opportunity to go to the local Democrat or Republican function to speak to the people.
That's what the other part of this bill is going to allow for.
It allows them to go to the party.
Yes, sir.
Apparatus,
Yes, sir.
but yet
So
they're
right
not
now,
claiming to be.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, right now, let's say you're running for judge, and the first question that a lot of people are going to ask voters are going to be, well, are you Republican or Democrat? For them to go as far as to say, well, I vote Republican, or I was on the Republican Executive Committee, or I was on the Democratic Executive Committee, that goes against this statute. And so we're...
Is this removing the requirement in law that judges would not run under a party label?
No, sir. No, sir. In other words, it says that I have an amendment that I need to propose at the proper time with it. So you'll be able to see that they still remain nonpartisan.
Okay. And finally, on the issue of the public speaking, do you not agree with me? We ought to take every opportunity available. We, as elected officials, judges are elected in the state of Mississippi too, to educate the public about your candidacy.
I think that they need to be educated. It's just when and where.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, please.
Question with you, Senator.
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Hill.
Thank you. I'm trying to follow what's going on. So are you saying that right now, in the middle of a trial, that someone who's running for a judicial office is being allowed to address the jury or the
Yes, ma'am.
court audience, and they're being allowed to address them on a political basis about their candidacy?
Yes, ma'am.
So they have a captive audience, and they're being ushered into the courtroom, and they're being able to basically announce their candidacy in the middle of a judicial hearing or court trial.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's a common practice?
It is in certain areas. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's funny when I've asked members of the chamber, some have never heard of it, and the next one say, oh yeah, it happens every political season.
Okay, well, I've never heard of it, so I've learned something here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator England, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you for a question, Senator Tate?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Senator Tate, I just looked over this bill, and I understand that there's probably an amendment coming, so my questions may help you get to that point.
Okay.
Currently, judges are not allowed to attend political functions. Is that correct?
When it comes to a party, associated with one party or the other.
Right, party functions. So if the Jackson County Republican Party or the Jackson County Democrat Party were to hold a candidate forum, currently judges are not allowed to attend those.
I understand they're not allowed to go to, be associated with that.
Okay. And have you heard from judges that are, that would desire to attend those forums if they were allowed?
Yes, sir.
Have you been told one way or the other whether judges would rather attend a political forum rather than having candidates speak in their courtroom?
I don't think that we've carried the two together, no, sir.
Haven't talked with them yet, okay. So the bill that we have in front of us right now does, the language we have in front of us right now does prohibit judges from having candidates to speak in the courtroom during their court session, is that right?
That's right.
Okay, but there's an amendment coming that, while we're taking that away, we are going to allow judges to attend candidate forums hosted by political parties, is that correct?
It'll simply just no longer prohibit it.
Okay, but we're not removing the requirement that judges cannot be members of political parties. So judges would still not be members of political parties.
Correct, correct.
Okay, I see what's coming. Okay, thank you, Senator Tate.
Thank you.
Chairman, Senator Norwood, for what purpose, please?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, please?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Tate. Senator Tate, so my judge is running for election. I'm registered as a Democrat. I cannot I cannot campaign with her or
Not
him.
supposed to.
Okay.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
Okay. Now, I can't host a fundraiser for him or her.
Sir, I'm sorry. Yes, I thought you were still going with the question. Go ahead.
I guess that answer was no.
I couldn't hear you. No, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? I cannot host a fundraiser for him or her.
Right now, you couldn't. That's my understanding, yes, sir.
So what are the consequences?
I guess, you could be, I don't know, somebody could maybe sue over that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if anybody's ever pursued that, actually, to actually go after someone that's, stepped across that line.
But if it's against the law, it's against the law. We should have some measures in place to that would address that. I mean, so there are no consequences.
Well, what I'd like to do is just not make it be against the law.
Say again?
What the intent of the bill is to allow it, and so therefore there wouldn't be any consequences for it.
That the intent of the bill is for us to be able to campaign with.
No, the intent of the bill is so that you will be able to. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. No, sir, the intent of the bill is for you to be able to do that.
Well, I'm confused now. Okay, now, so line 17, It says that, line 17 says that it is unlawful. I'm just a social worker, I'm not an attorney now, but
Me neither.
if it's unlawful, that means it's against the law.
Right, I'd like to be able to explain an amendment at the proper time to get the full intent of the bill.
Okay, well, I'll come back later then.
Yes, sir, that sounds good.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Tate.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Senator Jordan, do you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Do you yield Senator Jordan for a question?
I do.
Senator Jordan.
I'm a little confused. You say they can be a member of a party, they can align themselves with a party, but they can't run under a party label. Did I understand you correctly?
So the intent of the bill is to allow them to be able to, not run as a Republican or a Democrat, but to be able to accept money, endorsements, or anything like that from political parties.
Well, if I'm a Democrat and I give you money and the person who's a Republican doesn't give you any, then I can't see how you're going to be fair, because you're going to be leaning towards the one who's giving you resources to run, likely. Why do they have to be a member of any party? They ought to be neutral if you're looking for fairness and justice. Wouldn't you think so?
Yes, sir, and that's why they remain nonpartisan.
Well, they're nonpartisan, but they can be affiliated with a party.
I mean, they can accept contributions from individuals.
Well, if you accept the contributions, that's money, I suppose, and you're going to be leaning towards the person who gives you the most money. Likely, not in every case, but in most cases. Wouldn't you think that would be attracted? I'm a Democrat and in court, and you're you're a Republican, but you don't run under that label and you get your money from there. I can't expect to get justice. It ought to be so that they can't be a member of any party. Just be neutral, and we'll be absolutely sure that fairness will be done. I think this is dangerous. Would you think so?
Well, if you want to have that discussion, we can have that, but I don't think that would go with this bill as far as making sure that we watch, campaign contributions for our judicial elections. We can certainly have that conversation.
Well, we know that is human. You're going to lean towards the one who gives you the most resources to run for said office. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. That's life.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Hickman, do you have a question?
Mr. President, yes, I have a question.
You yield Senator Hickman for a question?
I do.
Senator Hickman.
Senator Tate, thank you for your work on this. I just have a few pretty simple questions. Now, under the first part of this, are other candidates able to speak to juries in the way the candidates mentioned here are?
No, sir.
Okay, good. I mean, I think there are some instances where I've seen that happen, but I just wanted to know, was it legal? And so that's probably illegal. So these are the only people right now, the people mentioned in statute, who are able to go before a jury or grand jury and speak. Okay, and I think that's fine, but my issue is that we put two things together and I'm kind of leaning one way on one and another way on the other. So when we're dealing with a judge and this whole party situation, under your understanding of both the law and the amendment that you're going to make, would a political party be able to host an event and only invite the judges that aligns with their party?
I guess that they could host and invite only those that they choose fit for any reason.
And so would a person running for judge be able to say in their material while they're running nonpartisan, would they be able to say in their material things like, I served on the Republican Executive Committee?
That's correct. That's correct, which is prohibited right now.
So they would be able to do that in material and all those types of things?
Sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are any other further questions? You made a motion. Use the morning roll call? Oh, it's amendment? Okay, I'm sorry. So, well, he's got to say. So there's an amendment on the desk?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Please explain the amendment.
What the amendment will do is it, and I believe this will be germane to the subject, it brings in section 2315, 976, and just delete some language that would make sure that we're not in conflict from one statute to the other about judges being able to align themselves with a party while going nonpartisan.
You need to take the word "or" out of that.
You move for
And
adoption?
and also, we need to, and I was just advised that we need to take the word "or" out of that amendment on line 9. I thought that was out. We need to take that word out. And that's an explanation of the amendment. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Are any questions on the amendment?
If not, I ask to adopt the amendment. Move to adopt.
Senator moves that we adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted.
All right. We have another amendment.
We have another amendment. Senator Hobson, you have an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just to put a reverse repealer in it. I've got, most of the judges that I've heard from are not in favor of this. Some may be in favor of it. I think I was discussing with one of my colleagues a while ago, if we're going to do something like this, maybe there needs to be limitations as to the points that were made. I don't agree personally that you ought to stop a court proceeding to have somebody come in and speak, but there may be certain limitations. Judges aren't necessarily afforded the same opportunities that we are to make speeches, and I do think the public needs to know about judicial candidates, and I don't want to do anything to limit their ability to speak to the public. So with that being said, I think there's opportunities to maybe work on this bill to see if we can find some ways that can make this work for everybody. So I am adding a reverse repealer if the body so decides. My motion is to adopt the reverse repealer.
We have a question. I think Senator Simmons, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator
I yield.
Simmons. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hobson, for yielding, and thank you for your amendment. I've received a lot of calls from judges, too, who are opposed to this bill. Have you ever heard the phrase, Chairman Hobson, when you see a snake, kill a snake? Have you ever heard that phrase before?
I've heard it up here once or twice.
And I guess my question is, we come here every year, so if we can talk to our judges in the off season, and we can come back here in January and we can sponsor another bill. It can go through this deliberate process. So I guess what I'm saying is, do we need a reverse repealer so for us to try to find out something we already know? Our judges have already called us and said they oppose it. We can just come back in January and see where we are.
As you know, Senator Simmons, good question. We can work on it now and try to come up with some solution, or we could wait till next year and do it. I would be against it as is, and I would vote against it as is. I was offering an opportunity if there were some issues that needed to be addressed that we thought we could clean up, but I got a lot of other fish to fry, and as do most of us on legislative issues. This one I was not that cognizant of, but I mean, I have heard recently about the concerns about it as I expressed.
Yes, sir.
So whatever you want to do, I just try and offer an opportunity to give this a chance to be looked at. If I was Senator Tate, and I would, if it's not cleaned up to our liking, I would be voting against it. Do what you want to do.
Yes, sir. And I guess my last comment is, I've received several calls from judges who oppose it, and I have not received one call from a judge that supports it. So, thank you.
Thank you. And even if we put a reverse repealer on it, you still vote against it.
Senator Boyd, do you have a question? You yield, Senator Boyd, first?
I yield, yes.
Senator Hobson, I've heard the conversation about the judges that have called y'all. But those conversations, they are the same people that have this captive audience. So those comments might be a little self-serving, would they not be?
Sure, I've heard that there's a judge or two that might be in favor of this. So I may be hearing from ones that are against it. And, you know, frankly, I think that's one of the discussions I was having here. I wholeheartedly believe that if it's your court and you're the judge, any candidate for that office ought to be able to come in and speak. But I think there ought to be parameters on when they speak and how long they're afforded to speak. In other words, before trial starts, they've got 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever it is. But this may be a good opportunity for the public to hear. But I think you're stating a concern that I've got too, that they could
And
keep
just
other people
to
out.
add credit to this reverse repealer, do we have any information that these judges let their opponents speak as well? Do they offer fair access to that?
I don't know, and I think if we're going to push something forward, we better know that, and we need to make it real clear as to what we're doing.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you, Senator Boyd.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator Hobson moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's passed. Senator Tate.
All right, if there are no further questions, I ask that we adopt by use of morning roll call.
Senator requests use of morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? You wish to vote no, or you object to the procedure?
Object, roll call.
Call the roll. Yep, please call the roll, Mr. Clerk.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chadson, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12, Simmons of the 13, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barrett, Blunt, Butler to 38, Kaufman, McCon, Parks, Seymour, Suber, Thompson, Turner Ford, Younger, voting yes or yay, Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Kaufman, Chadson, Chisholm, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Pope, Sojourner, Sparks, Tate, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams. Voting no or nay, Barnett, Blackman, Butler to 36, Butler 38, Carter, DeBar, Delano, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, and Thomas. and Thompson. I didn't hear.
Oh, Senator Blunt, you wish to be recognized.
To the vote.
You recognize the vote?
To announce a pair. If Senator Younger were here, he would vote aye. I vote no.
Please record the pair. Senator Seymour, you wish to be recognized.
To the vote.
You recognize the vote.
Aye.
Senator Seymour votes aye. The bill is passed with 29 yeas and 17 nays. So the bill is passed. Before I recognize Senator Pope, and a few more, I want to introduce Neely Carlton, a former senator. It was a pleasure to serve with Neely. Welcome to your Senate. Please make her welcome. Next, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold that item, Senate Bill 2575, on a motion to reconsider. Thank you.
You want the chairman? And is it your bill? No. Okay, Senator England?
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to that item. Thank you.
No objection to be added as co-author. Senator Hill. Senator Hill wishes to be listed as a co-author. Now, seeing nothing, no one else, Senator Polk for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 1:30 this afternoon.
Senator Moody will stand in recess to 1:30. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Stand in recess.
I'd like to call the Senate to order. Start with 18, Senator Branning. Senator Branning is recognized. We're on 18 on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to number 18 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2508. Call that up and have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2508, Personal Delivery Devices Regulate.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like Senator Harkins to be recognized to handle the bill, please.
Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 2508 is a bill. Today's technology and innovation has produced new delivery devices, and they are being utilized by several states and several delivery companies across the country. Amazon and Federal Express are utilizing autonomous last mile delivery to a customer's door, including climbing a curb, traveling a sidewalk, as well as climbing steps. Several states around us, Tennessee, Louisiana, and Georgia, have passed permissive legislation so that such devices may be utilized going forward. The proposed legislation allows these devices to be deployed across Mississippi under conditions described in the bill. Section 1 of the bill contains new descriptions and requirements of the devices due to existing law on vehicles, and other sections are brought forward to amend and conform. The personal delivery device must yield to all traffic, including pedestrians, refrain from transporting hazardous materials, be equipped with an identification of the owner, a braking system, lighting if operated after sunset. It also has to be operated in a pedestrian area at no more than 10 miles an hour on sidewalks or crosswalks, for example. And the personal delivery devices may be prohibited, this is an important part, may be prohibited by local ordinances if the local government determines the prohibition is necessary in the interest of public safety. So it does give local control for our counties and our city to decide if they even want this. Some of the currently known technology of mobile autonomous robots are Amazon has a Scout, FedEx has a Roxo, and Starship Inc. is a robot deployed at the University of Mississippi since January of 20. And the Starship has a cargo bay that's mechanically locked and opened by the recipient with a smartphone app. So that's kind of some of the ways that these things will be utilized. That's a description of the bill. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Motion is to move to adopt on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested and object to the procedure. Wish to be recorded as voting no. Norwood, no. Anyone else? Present? Anyone? Bill passes. Number 19, Senator.
I'd like to go to that item, call it up, have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2481, Memorial Highways, designate section of Mississippi 488 in Lee County as Hunky Cross Highway in memory of Austin Morrill and others.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is a memorial highway bill that originates in my district. It's to name a highway, which is Mississippi 488 in Leake County, after Austin Morrow, who passed away on that roadway. There is an amendment that's on the desk, if I may be recognized to explain the amendment, Mr. President.
Recognize, explain the amendment.
So there were several members that approached me after the committee deadline that wanted to join in and have the memorial highways established in their district. So in this amendment, you will find on lines 2 through 5, first of all, this is some clarifying language for my district. I didn't do a great job describing this in the original bill, so this is just some corrective language. Then lines 8 through 15 is a highway in Senator Sojourner's district. This is U.S. Highway 84 in Franklin County as the Mark Youngblood Memorial Highway. Line 16 through 31 of the amendment is for Senator Boyd. She's got Highway 334 as the Leonard Thompson Memorial Highway, and then a portion of Highway 30 as the Nathan Hodges Jr. Memorial Highway. Then we have lines 32 through 39 is some corrective language on a highway in Senator DeBar's district. We have all the appropriate resolutions on file for these highways, and if there are no questions, I move final adoption on the morning roll call.
First, we have to
I move to adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're ready now, Senator.
Final passage on the morning roll call, please.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Should be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none. Thank you. 20, Senator Moran. Senator Moran. 21, Senator Fillingame. Senator Harkins, I'm sorry, for what purpose?
Introduction of a resolution out of order.
Please proceed. Chairman Fillingame. Pass. Chairman Polk. Chairman Polk, we're on 22. I will in just a second. 1 second, Senator. Would you read? They're out of order, please.
A resolution extending the condolences of the Mississippi Senate to the bereaved family of veteran Canton law enforcement officer Carl Larry Saxton Jr. and commending his legacy of service to his community.
Thank you. Okay, Senator Polk.
Mr. President, I'd like to call up item 22 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2165, state agencies prohibit travel to any state, county, or municipality that has banned employee travel to Mississippi.
Make the usual motion.
Use motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Polk.
Mr. President, I'd like to consider the committee sub in lieu of the original bill and be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill prohibits state agencies from approving state-funded travel to any state, county, or municipality that's enacted a law that prohibits their employees from traveling to the state of Mississippi. The act will not apply to travel that is required for any of the following purposes: litigation, to meet contractual obligations incurred before the effective date of this act, to comply with requests by the federal government to appear before committees, to participate in meetings or trainings required by a grant or required to maintain grant funding, or to complete job-required training necessary to maintain licensure or similar standards required for holding a position. If comparable training cannot be obtained in Mississippi or a different state, county, or municipality not affected by subsection 1 of this section. The Attorney General shall post on her website a current list of states, counties, and municipalities that have enacted the law prohibiting employee travel to the state of Mississippi. The term state agency does not include a county, municipality, or other unit of local government. About 6 months ago, I read a news article that said the state of California was not happy with Mississippi rules and laws. So they banned travel by their employees to the state of Mississippi. I looked around and found that there were a lot of instances of this. As I remember from my civics, states are independent. States can make the decisions they want to make on their laws and regulations, as can the states, counties, and cities who have banned travel to Mississippi. That's their right to do that. What this bill does is reciprocate. I'm not starting the fight. I'm not saying we can't travel to any state. I'm just saying if a state, county, or municipality has seen it fit for them not to travel here, we won't travel there with state-funded travel. Just to let you know, here are the states that currently prohibit travel to Mississippi: California, Connecticut, Minnesota, New York, Vermont, and Washington. Also the capital, District of Columbia. Counties with bans, there's one in Wisconsin, one in Ohio, one in Maryland, one in Oregon. There are 22 cities that have banned travel to Mississippi using their funds to do that travel. So I thought it was appropriate that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So I introduced the bill. It came out of our committee almost unanimously, but one of my colleagues there did say this, and I will give him credit for it. He said, "This is silly." And I think he was speaking about the states that have done this to Mississippi. It is silly. Maybe what I'm doing is silly also, but I think it's time to make a point. As soon as it came out of committee, a couple hours later, I was having lunch at one of the good meat and threes around here, and I got a call. The call was from our institutions of higher learning, one of their government relations people from one of the universities, saying, oh, we can't do this. We're fixing to destroy all the contracts we have with other states if we can't travel to those states, cities, and counties. We talked at length about it. Sometimes rather heatedly, I will admit that. But the point is this. Many times, the first thing we see when a bill is introduced is our IHL wanting to be exempt. They need to be exempt from this. They need to be exempt from Bureau of Buildings. They need to be exempt from purchasing laws. Exempt, exempt, exempt. That is the only agency I actually heard from. I did hear rumors that some of the others were not happy with it. But that's okay. I still stand by the law. But realizing that our universities have large foundations with $1 billion or more in it, they have athletic foundations with hundreds of millions of dollars, that we have government liaisons for each of our 8 universities, and many of those employ lobbyists to do their bidding. I'll have to say this. I'm pretty sure this bill is going nowhere. So with all that said, I'm going to say that I move that we recommit this bill from the committee from which it came. And I'd like everybody to vote in that order.
Questions? Any questions remaining? Thank you. Thank you. Questions remaining? Anyone else? Senator England? We're fixing to have the motion. Thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. We go to 23, Senator Pope.
Pass and ask it to take place.
Change its place on the calendar. Senator Moran.
Too late now. I was just going to say that, and it may be my alumni, my alma mater that may have called you, I don't know, but my thought is this. There's a whole lot of agencies and things and companies they could deal with in this country, this nation, besides one of those who won't let them travel to us. And if they have to change, then so be it. No matter what the university is.
All right, we're going to move on the calendar. We're at 24, Chairman DeBar. Pass. 25, Chairman DeBar. Pass. 26, Chairman Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call item 26 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2814, Mississippi Water Quality Commission, create for the purpose of providing oversight of certain water and sewer systems.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Mr. President, I'd like to consider this committee sub in lieu of the original bill and recognize Senator Harkins to explain.
Senator Harkins, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill will provide an oversight process in the event that the legislature provides any state money other than ARPA money, which we've talked about ARPA funds already, and this does not get in the way of the ARPA money, to rectify problems in water and sewer systems with maximum level EPA violations. ARPA money is not included in this because there's already oversight process with the match program with the Department of Health and MDEQ. And so what this does is it provides that it is essential for the health and welfare of the citizens that local governments and nonprofit entities provide efficient, safe, and reliable water and sewer systems which are compliant with state and federal laws. It creates a Mississippi Water Commission to provide oversight to entities that are not in compliance. It provides that the commission shall have 7 members, 3 members appointed by the governor, 1 of which must have experience running a public utility, 2 members appointed by the lieutenant governor, 1 of which must have experience running a public utility, the executive director of the Department of Health, ex officio, and executive director of MDEQ, ex officio. Appointments within 30 days. They must meet at least monthly. There are term limitations subject to advice and consent of the Senate. And it provides that MDEQ shall provide staff and resources. So if it's a local government or nonprofit entity is found to be in violation of any related state or federal law, including Safe Water Drinking Act. They shall report the violation to the commission, and this means any violation. It provides that the commission shall provide public notice of the violation. Lines 92 through 97 provides that any local government or nonprofit entity that violates the maximum containment level allowed under the Safe Water Drinking Act shall provide a copy of all documents provided to the EPA, including voluntary or compulsory remediation plans. There are 13 systems that currently with this level of violation, and it provides that the commission shall oversee any state funds, excluding ARPA funds, provide to an entity to include requiring a plan for expenditure of the funds and authorizing all expenditures before funds are obligated or spent. It provides that state funds shall not be used for administrative expense or consulting fees. And it also provides that no member of the commission shall be subject to personal liability when acting in good faith. And that is the explanation of the bill. It would be effective July 1. And it does include a reverse repealer. There are some issues that I think Senator Hill, we had talked about with rural water, making sure, I think there's some 1926 funds, issues with federal dollars. So we are working with those, and that's why there's a reverse repealer, because I want to make sure we have language in there that protects those. That's the explanation of the bill. If there are no questions, move adoption of the committee sub.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed to the bill.
Move adoption on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Recorder's voting no. Chisholm, no. Sojourner, no. McDaniel, no. Anyone else? Bill passes. Senator Jordan? For what purpose, sir?
I'd like to be added co-author of the bill, please.
Co-author of the bill, sir.
Yes.
That's 2814. Anyone else? Anyone else? Jackson? Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing no objection, permission is granted. We're on 27, Chairman Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 27, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2803, Sheriffs Increase Salaries of Sheriffs for Counties with Certain Population.
Move to consider, make the usual motion.
Makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to consider the committee sub in lieu of the original bill and be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill will give our sheriffs a $6,000 raise per year. It's been a long time since sheriffs have been able to do that, and this seems to be the year of the raise, so I felt only fitting that our law enforcement, our first responders should be able to get a little raise also. I would also like to offer an amendment at this time to change some of the allocation population.
Okay, we're going to adopt the committee sub first.
All right, move to adopt the committee sub.
Any questions? Questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. We're on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I gave it to him earlier this morning.
Okay, it's on the screen, so
All right.
you're ready.
Because of some population loss, minor population loss in 2020, if we had left the same population allocation sections as we previously had, we would end up cutting out some of the sheriffs and getting a raise, and they would only get about $1,000 a year of the six. So I'll read this quickly. What we're doing is on line 21, amending 45,000 and then inserting 44,000. On line 25, from 34,000 to 30,000. On lines 25 and 26, deleting 45,000 and inserting 44,000. And then on line 29, deleting 15,000 and inserting 12,500. Lines 29 and 30, deleting 34,000, inserting 30,000. And in line 33, 15,000 and 12,500 in lieu thereof. That will ensure, as best we can tell, that all of our sheriffs would get a raise of $6,000. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, would that depend largely on the population of said county?
Yes, it does.
Those counties that may not have the resources or limited resources due to the various circumstances, they would have to come up to the amount that in this bill?
They would. And it would be up to the supervisors to make sure that that happens. And as I understand, I think we passed a supervisor bill here in the chamber recently that gives them a raise.
Well, what about the people that the supervisor represents? What if the population of said county say they can't afford that much? What happens then?
Well, I would assume that they'd have to go bankrupt, but I think they can afford it, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Friendly question, Mr. President.
Ready? Senator Pope?
Yes.
We recognize
Senator Pope. Thanks, Senator Pope. So this does not require the approval of the Board of Supervisors, correct?
It does not.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Senator Butler? Answered your question. Thank you very much, Senator Butler. Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready.
I believe there's another amendment.
We're on the amendment. Yes, sir. We're on the amendment.
I move we adopt my amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay. Senator Harkins, you're recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this just says that in addition to the salary provided, that there is a, in the supplements that are already in subsection 2, the Board of Supervisors of any county in its discretion may pay an annual supplement in the amount of not to exceed $10,000 to a sheriff of any county that runs a juvenile detention center and it's located in that county. The amount of the supplement shall be spread over the minutes of the board. So it's something they'd have to take up in committee. That's an explanation of the amendment. I'll be happy to answer any questions. If there are none, I'll move adoption of the amendment.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Senator Butler.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the supervisors have to vote for this?
Yes.
But okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Butler. Any other questions?
Move adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, we're back on the committee substitute, I think. No, we've adopted that, I believe, haven't we?
Move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Yeah, passage by use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator England?
Ask unanimous consent to be added as a co-author of that bill.
Unanimous consent to be added as a co-author of that bill. Senator Norwood, same. All right, Simmons, D. Seymour, Barrett, Suber, DeBar, Delano, Jordan, Frazier, Thomas, Butler, Jackson, Barnett, two hands for Barnett, McClendon, Michelle, Harkins, Williams, Kaufman, Albert Butler, Parker, Hickman, Blackwell, Wiggins, Tate, Sparks, Moran, Whaley, Blunt. Anyone else?
Well, it may just be a committee substitute.
Hobson, I'm sorry. McCon. Anyone else?
You're amending this.
Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. All right, Mr. Chairman, we're on 28, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 28 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2647, Board of Cosmetology and Barbering, create and abolish Board of Barber Examiners.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
I'd like to move that we consider the committee sub in lieu of the original bill and ask that Senator Black will be recognized.
Senator Blackwood, you're recognized on the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. This bill concerns the makeup of the Board of Cosmetology. Not sure about any of you, but I've received a number of complaints. Peer did an investigation and actually did a report in December, a 65-page report on kind of the malfunction that's going on with the Board of Cosmetology. So we've have made a recommendation to merge them with the Barber Board. So on Section 2, lines 31 through 76, merges the State Board of Cosmetology and the State Board of Barber Examiners and outlines the board membership and terms. Specifically, it creates a single State Board of Cosmetology and Barbering, which will regulate cosmetologists, manicurists, estheticians, and barbers. The state that the board will consist of 9 members on the board. It will have staggered terms for the board members and require that the board members have at least 5 years of active practice in an occupation regulated by the board. Section 2 creates the executive director position of the board. Sections 5, 6, and 7 make changes to the age and education requirements for licensure of all professionals under the board. And Section 11 addresses the executive director comp time. That's an explanation of the committee sub. I'll yield for questions.
Questions? Senator McDaniel, for what purpose, sir?
The question, Mr.
Will you
President.
yield, Senator Blackwell?
Yes, I do.
Senator McDaniel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. I'll admit right away, this is not my wheelhouse at all. I'm not familiar with any of this. So I guess I'm trying to understand, there must have been some event that occurred that precipitated these needed changes. What was that?
So here's a number of issues from the peer evaluation. In its current form, it does not ensure board representation of consumers or all board licensed persons. Board member terms are not staggered and qualifications for board services are higher than those of similar boards. Board members are involved in day-to-day responsibilities that should be handled by the staff. The meetings are disorganized and ineffective. On 10 occasions in 2021, a quorum of the board met but did not provide meeting minutes. Universal licensing requirements create an imbalance between in and out of state licensed applicants, resulting in a competitive disadvantage for Mississippi residents. And those are just a few of the issues.
I got you. And just so I understand the composition, will this increase the size of the governing board or governing authority, or will it, I mean?
No, sir. Actually, there are 2 boards right now. We're going to combine to 1. I do have an amendment that we're going to change the composition of the board from what we had originally proposed.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you, Senator McDaniel. Senator Carter, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for a question, Senator Blackwell?
I'll yield.
Senator Carter is recognized.
I see that there's mentioning barbers in there. Is the reason why the chairman's not handling this bill because he shares the same hairstyle as I do?
Yeah, we're going to add buffing next.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Senator. All right, Senator Blackwell.
Move for adoption of the committee sub.
Seeing no further questions, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay.
Now, I have an amendment.
Have an amendment? 1 second, please. Okay, it's on the screen, sir.
So we're changing the makeup, as I just mentioned, Senator McDaniel. The makeup is going to consist of 1 cosmetologist who's a salon owner, 3 barbers, 1 cosmetology or barber school owner, 1 cosmetology or barber instructor, 1 manicurist or esthetician, and one member of the public who's not a cosmetologist or barber or related profession. And that's an explanation of the amendment. Now yield for questions. Move to adopt the amendment.
Questions
No
on the
questions.
amendment? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move to adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Okay, we're back.
Yield for questions. If not, request passage by the use of
Senator
the morning
Bryan, for what
roll
purpose?
call.
A question.
Will you yield, Senator?
Yes, I do.
Senator Bryan's recognized.
Have you been getting complaints about the Barber Board?
None about the Barber Board.
Well, if there are no complaints about the Barber Board, why is the poor Barber Board caught up in this dispute about the operation of the Cosmetology Board?
I don't know if they're caught up in the dispute about it, but we felt that merging those two boards made sense. And I believe a number of other states have that kind of a relationship, so we're just trying to be consistent.
Did you ask any of the barbers if they thought it made sense?
I did not ask any. I know there was feedback from the barbers, and that's why we changed the makeup to actually add an additional barber.
Thank you, Senator England.
Question, Mr. President?
You for a question, please,
Sure.
Senator.
Thank you, Senator Blackwell. My grandfather was a barber, and I have a barber back at home that I visit that has the old barber pole and just the old-fashioned barbers. And he called me on this bill and had a question that I'd like you to answer if you can. He was just concerned that this may have a negative effect on the profession of barbering, and that barbers would kind of go by the wayside and you'd just have cosmetologists. And I'd like to hear your opinion on it, and I'm going to hang up and listen to your answer.
Well, I don't really have an opinion. I don't know. I guess I go to a cosmetologist. I don't know. I go to a hair salon, mostly women working in it, but so I don't know. Can't answer.
Senator Simmons.
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. I don't go to a cosmetologist or a barber. I kind of like do it myself. How would this bill affect me?
You'll be spared.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. We're ready, sir.
Move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Pass the use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Speaker records voting no. No. Hill. Tate. England. Seymour. Barrett. Johnson. Carter. Delano. Thomas. Simmons. Jackson. Jordan. Butler. McClendon. Barnett. Harkins. Fillingane. Sojourner. Hickman. Parker. Kaufman. Butler A. Michelle. Whaley. Bryan. Branning. Chisholm. Kirby. Moran. McMahon. McDaniel. Anyone else? McCon. Anyone else? One moment, please.
I'm here for you.
32 no votes, bill fails. Senator Barber. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. President. The motion is to suspend the rules and go back to item 24.
Suspend the rules and go back to item 24. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. We're on item 24.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2706, third grade reading assessment for 2021-2022 school year allows students who fail to be promoted to fourth grade with remediation.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator DeBarr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move that we adopt the committee sub and allow Senator Boyd to explain the committee
Senator
substitute.
Boyd, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
The bill before you, what it does is, I'm going to just explain it in the short explanation for this, and I'm going to explain then why afterwards, is for our third grade reading gate this year, if the third grader would just score the 2, but not the 3, they can matriculate to fourth grade with a lot of mandatory interventions, of which they would have to pass a screener at the end of their remediation process. So they would still have to pass the screener in the fourth grade. The intervention is similar to what they would receive in third grade, but it also has some particularities in here about when the teachers have to convene, when they have to have their reading plan in place. So it's pretty extension. The intervention is very spelled out and to what is very similar to what you did in the third grade reading gate. And this third grade reading gate is a tremendous bill. We have seen the success of it. Many of you worked very, very hard to pass it. And so what we've done with this bill is we've made sure that we did not weaken these interventions, but we put these interventions in place. So what it practically does is it divides the group of children up. You take the higher performing children that didn't quite make that measure in the third grade. You move them to the fourth grade and you give them all the same remediations that they would have gotten in the third grade if they had not made that 2. So we've really taken a great number of steps to make sure that those kids still receive appropriate intervention. If the child does not make the 2, they will still be held back in the third grade and they'll do everything that they've been required to do on third grade reading gate. Additionally in this, y'all know when you did third grade reading gate, you put in a number of opportunities for these children to still continue to take this test. Our school districts have been very well funded for the first time to make sure that these interventions take place. They have received ESSER funds, they've received ARPA funds, and if you're curious as to what your school district received on those, I have a list I'm happy to share with you. Why this bill came about is I had 2 A district schools and 1 almost A district school superintendent and their reading interventionalists come to me. And they said, we're going to need a little bit of help because the third graders that are going to be taking this test right now, they missed an entire 9 weeks of their first grade year. Their second grade year was spent on and in and out of school. And this third grade year has even had a good many bumps. And they said, we simply haven't had the time we need to make sure that these children can get there. But if they can make at least that 2, we think with that summer reading intervention and then that minimal thing, they think most of these children can be remediated very early. So that's what this bill does. It is a 1-year bill only. So this is not lowering the standards. We're simply changing the time of when these interventions can take place. So that's an explanation of the bill. I'm happy to go through any of the interventions or anything you want to, but I'll be happy to take questions.
Senator Hickman, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Senator, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized for a question.
Just a couple of friendly questions, as I am a co-sponsor on this bill. You spoke with several superintendents, as is would I, and researched what would be a good compromise between the third grade reading gate and what we're doing now, correct?
Yes, we talked to superintendents, and I've had emails from superintendents across the state, and I've talked to many of your superintendents about this very issue.
And if we do nothing with this bill, what happens?
If we do nothing with this bill, is what's going to happen is you're going to see a number of third graders in very large third grade classes being held back. And so what this does is it kind of divides up those third graders, divides up these children. We put the higher performing ones, we matriculate them into fourth grade, still giving them intervention, and we keep the children that could not make that minimum score into the third grade. So we really divide up the number of children that needs intervention between that third and fourth grade as well.
But it keeps the test in place.
Absolutely. We have not lowered standards on this.
And what happens is, it's just a lower score would pass them, but they would still be under supervision, getting what they need and what they possibly missed in these last 2 years.
Absolutely. And there is a reverse repealer on this bill that we placed in committee because we know that this is going to be kind of a work in progress that we go through.
And lastly, districts have funds that have been earmarked for certain remediations at this point, so it wouldn't be overburden their budget for this remediation.
Absolutely. I have not talked to the first superintendent that said that they did not have funds to carry out the interventions that are needed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question,
We
please.
yield for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Hill is recognized for a question.
First of all, appreciate you discussing this with me. And I guess my question is to make everybody in here understand, like you said, this is for 1 year. And we're not going to be back here next year trying to adjust this again.
I won't be.
Okay? Because we know that after passing that third grade gate, that some of us spent a lot of time working on, we led the nation in reading gains for the first time, and we have continued up until the pandemic. I guess that was just my question, just to reiterate that no matter what these scores look like next year, we're not going to be back here asking for this to be waived again, because we've had all the money, we've had more money poured into schools than we've ever seen in our lifetime, at least I have. And I think that regardless of how much money's been poured in, these scores are still lacking because of all the disruptions that they've had. And so hopefully and prayerfully, all these disruptions will be gone and we'll be back here on track again, correct?
I share your prayers.
Thank you.
Senator Butler, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. Chairman.
You, Senator. Senator Butler is recognized for a question.
Yeah. First, Senator Boyd, I would like to commend you and your committee for the work that you've done on this particular bill. I know it's needed. Is it possible that they could use some ARPA funds to carry out this mission?
Absolutely, Senator Butler. They had school districts in the latest round of funding. It was $1.6 billion, I believe, that they received statewide, and that those funds are supposed to be focused on remediation issues. So our school districts are well funded, knock on wood, for the first time in a long time to be able to do this remediation.
Senator Norwood, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Friendly question, Mr. President.
You, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Norwood, with question.
Thank you, Senator Boyd. Thank you for this legislation, but I just want to ask, will the students have to be retested? And I don't remember. Would they have to be retested?
We have, Senator Norwood, we have a provision in here that the Department of Education would devise a screener for these children to take during that fourth grade year to make sure that they had reached that satisfactory 3 level.
So that were from the third grader now, because the law go into effect July 1. So the third grader that's now that will take the test, and if they fail the test, they won't be retained. They just have to participate in these.
So this, as y'all remember back, I believe it was in 14. It was 17, 18, those of you that were in this body, the child to matriculate on to the 4th grade had to make at least a 2. We changed those standards, so beginning in 18, 19, they had to make a 3. So what we've done here is these children that make at least the 2, which is the standards that y'all used in 17, 18, those children will matriculate on to the 4th grade with all of these interventions in place and testing requirements. Those children that did not make the 2, they will stay in the 3rd grade and continue that remediation. Because most of our interventionists that we talked to and our superintendents that they talked to said if the child didn't quite make that level 2, that they needed to stay in the 3rd grade and get that, stay back with those children and get additional remediation there.
The school district could also provide intervention for those students, and if they would test out that it could be, they would be able to. Thanks, Senator Boyd. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Senator Fillingane, for what purpose, sir?
A question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Boyd. My question is, the remediation you're referring to, is it only for the reading? When you say that they'll matriculate on to the 4th grade, but they will continue receiving interventions and remediation, is that specific to the reading portion?
Yes, Senator Fillingane, since this is a 3rd grade, this testing is only to do with 3rd grade reading gate. It would do this. But the school district, within this, there's a lot of opportunities for school districts that I hope they would take advantage of. Those children that didn't quite make the 2 to the 3, just as you did, Senator Hill and y'all wrote in the 3rd grade reading gate, that they could be put kind of in transition classes, because possibly if they need help with reading, they might need help with other subjects as well. And so this would be an opportunity for schools to really be creative, really use those funds that they've got to really do some extensive remediation.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. That's my concern, because we've been told, and I think the purpose of placing the reading gate where we did in the 3rd grade is that you learn to read up until 3rd grade, and then after that, you're reading to learn. So if you are in need of remediation for the reading piece, you're probably going to be struggling with the math and the science and the everything else. So I just wanted to make sure. I'd have no problem with what you're doing. I think it's a good idea, but the dollars that we're talking about, I hope they can apply also to remediating for math and science and the other subjects, because my guess is you're going to have some issues there too if they can't read on the level.
Well, and my interventionists that I talk to and my superintendents that they talk to, I think you're going to see this be kind of an opportunity, especially if they can put those children in those transition classes, that this may kind of be a signal that these children may need a little bit more help, and it will give them the opportunity to really focus those classes and really giving that intensive remediation.
Sure, thanks.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Chairman, let me ask you this. This is because of the pandemic. This is not a standard we're setting.
Great question. Yes, Senator Jordan, this is strictly because of the pandemic. This is going to, I won't be back up here again next year. This will only be a 1-year deal.
Yes, because this is an incentive to the children as well.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Seeing no further questions, you're ready, Senator.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're ready, Senator.
Mr. President, I request final passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure of utilization of the morning roll call? Seeing none. Just 1 second. I'm letting, they're getting to their seats here. Just 1 second. Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Boyd. Senator Norwood. Co-author, Senator Norwood. Senator Butler. McClendon. Butler K. Frazier. Thomas. Simmons D. Simmons S. Jackson R. Barnett. Anyone else? Jordan. Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. We go to 29. Chairman Wiggins, you're recognized. We're on item 29, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 29, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2350, Certificate of Foreign Birth, allow issuance by Bureau of Vital Statistics.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you. Simple bill. If you are the subject of foreign adoption, this exempts you from the adoption requirements through Chancery Court. And Mr. President, we do have an amendment. I'd ask that we call up that amendment and let Senator Hobson explain it.
Senator Hobson, you're recognized to explain the amendment to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. President. The amendment obviously is rather simple. It's a reverse repealer. If you were in the committee, you might understand the discussion and debate we had about this. We passed a foreign adoption procedure back in 2014 that I was heavily involved with. Senator Parker remembers it well. Former senator of ours sponsored that bill to help expedite foreign adoptions. This is a proposal to get foreign birth certificates. I think it was modeled after something that was done in Alabama, but I've talked with Ethan about this. I've talked to 2 chancellors in the state. I have spoken to another person that's dealt with this a lot. I don't know that our procedures for doing this reconcile exactly with Alabama's. Apparently there's some visa issue. Anyway, long story short is we want to keep the bill alive, but we don't know how to resolve the potential conflict between this expedited birth certificate process and making sure that the adoption is done correctly. So the attempt is just to move this one down the road a little bit and see if we can get better answers to that problem. So I urge you to adopt the motion for reverse repealer. Thank you.
Motion to adopt the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Back on the bill.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call been requested. Any object to the procedure? Question, I'm sorry. I missed your Senator Hill before we do that. Do you have a question for the senator?
I yield.
Since this is dealing with birth certificates and vital records, I know that last year maybe or year before we passed the bill through here. I believe you helped me with it about someone when they're 21 years old, they can get a certified copy of their birth certificate. And it died in the House, but I was given word by the Speaker that if we got it out again, it would make it through the House. So I would hope that in conference, maybe we could consider adding that back into this bill.
I will be happy to consider doing that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Anything else? Okay, we're back on the motion. Anyone object to the procedure? We should be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Item 30, Chairman Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go to item number 30, Senate Bill 2306, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2306, Campaign Finance Report to amend provisions relating to.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator, on the bill.
Yes, sir. Senate Bill 2306 comes to us at the request of our Ethics Commission. We, right now, filing campaign finance, our reports, it's both with the Ethics and with the Secretary of State, and all this bill will do is move everything over to the Secretary of State. It used to be like that just a few years ago. The only other thing that this bill does is that if for some reason a deadline to file is on a weekend or a holiday, the current law says that you are to file the business day prior, and this will just change it to be the business day following. There was some questions in committee on whether or not that would have any impact on election year reporting, and council has determined that it would not. That's an explanation of the bill. I have an amendment that I'd like to propose at the proper time.
Questions on the bill? Okay, we'll go to the amendment, sir.
Okay. And basically what the amendment does is we somehow slipped up and did not change Ethics Commission to Secretary of State. And so we made that change, and that's an explanation of the amendment. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the amendment? Question on Senator McMahon.
I have a question on the bill.
Okay, we're on the amendment right now. We'll come back to the bill. Questions on the bill? I mean the amendment. I'm sorry, Senator Hill on the amendment.
Okay, I do have a question. I'm looking at the amendment, and the amendment says file a notice of appeal with the Mississippi Ethics Commission. Is that the way you're intending this, or you want it to say Secretary of State?
No, the amendment should be changed to where it's Secretary of State.
Well, it says Ethics Commission, so that's why it's not matching up with what you said.
It's
Oh, it's deleting it? Okay,
Yes,
I got you.
Yes, if you see
Okay.
deletion,
All right,
read it
got you.
first.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Speed
That was my question. I missed the
I
word
could have
delete.
messed it up very easily.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, any other questions? We're on the amendment, coming back to the bill. Questions on the amendment? We're ready for your motion.
All right, I move that we adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Senator McMahon, you're recognized for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sir.
Does the bill require that you have to file online, or can you still handwrite? Can you still handwrite and submit that? Does that
It
deal
wasn't
with
the
that?
intent to change that at
Okay,
all.
that has nothing to do with this. I just want to be sure. I'm not asking for myself, I'm asking for a friend.
Thank you, Senator McMahon. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Yes, sir. I ask that we passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Tate. Senator Blackwell. We're on 31.
Thank you. I'd like to go to item 31, ask the clerk to read the
Mr. Clerk,
title.
please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2659, Medicaid waivers and authority of governor to alter eligibility in accordance with federal law, bring forward.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee sub in lieu of the bill.
Recognized to explain the committee substitute.
This amendment would make, this is coming at the request of the Medicaid Department, but the amendment would make, maintain a status quo and allow the legislature to determine the best course of action. The language would provide a clear legislative direction that the division should reimburse under former pharmacy reimbursement methodology if the state plan is disapproved, and any federal denials would be brought to the attention of the legislature so that the legislature may consider the next steps in providing the services impacted by the denial. That's an explanation, and I'll be happy to yield for questions, and I have an amendment at the proper time.
Okay. Questions first on the committee substitute. Senator Hill.
How does this change how we're operating Medicaid right now?
Right now, the only thing that's really going to change is at line 54 in the bill, because I'm going to submit an amendment that's going to delete the first section. But basically, if we have a state plan that's been submitted to CMH.
For a waiver?
Yes, ma'am. So if something happens, it's denied, then it comes back to us to make decisions.
Okay, so if they deny a waiver that we've applied for already, then we go back to,
It would come back to us to determine what course of action we're going to take to provide that service.
would there be any additional services, or is it just
No, ma'am.
across the board?
No, ma'am.
Just across the
Just
board?
across the board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, Senator, we're ready.
Move for adoption of the committee sub.
Adoption of the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
We have an amendment on the screen. Again, this comes at the request of the department. We're going to delete section 1 of the committee sub. That's all it does. Be happy to yield for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready, Senator.
Request adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the bill, Senator.
Request passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. One moment, please, Senator Simmons. You're good. Thank you. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Chairman Kaufman? Chairman Kaufman? Passed. Chairman Delano? You recognize Chairman Delano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item number 33 on today's calendar and have the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2530, State Enterprise Security Program, bring forward provisions which establish.
I'd like to make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Mr. President, we have, I'd like to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill and be recognized to explain.
Senator is recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill deals with an issue that we're facing across our entire state with different types of cybercrime, but we're going to focus specifically on ransomware that have been, where computer systems have been, or computers have been taken over by criminals and charging school districts or municipalities or state agencies fees to be able to get the contents of the information back. What we are asking for right now is we want any state or any entity in our state that receives state funds to provide notice to ITS if they are hit with a ransomware attack within 24 hours. And we're asking ITS to then provide a report and, to investigate the ransomware attack and provide a detailed report to the legislature and the AG's office within 24 hours of being notified. What we're trying to do here is to make sure that we understand how much of public dollars are being spent on ransomware attacks in our state and to find better ways in the future for us to be able to prevent these attacks. That's an explanation of this bill. Mr. President, I'll yield for any questions. If there are no other questions, I'd like to adopt the committee sub.
Questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. We're back on the bill.
All right, I'd like to move for final passage by use of morning roll call.
Passage by use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. We're on 34, Senator.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 34 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2531, Mississippi Emergency Communications Act, create.
I'd like to make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, proceed.
I'd like to go ahead and adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Mr. President, I have a strike all that I would like to offer and give an explanation of the strike all. And all it is another improvement on the committee sub itself. But I do have that strike all, and I'd like to offer that and explain at this time.
Ready for the strike call, Senator.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this deals with 911 in our county areas. This is an issue that the counties have had struggled with over the years. What we've tried to do for the last 5 or 6 years is to come up with a way to help the counties collect a more efficient way of emergency communication service charges. Those are the charges that you see on telephone lines and different, whether it be a landline in your house, a voice over IP, or a commercial connection, or your cell phone bill, or even prepaid wireless. And over the past 15 years or so, we've implemented or passed laws to try to fix the newest wave of technology. And what that's ended up with is just a quagmire of regulatory policy. So what we've done in this proposal is we've gone in and we've struck all the language that the processing language for NG 911 our 911 services, E911 services in our state, and we've provided a plan for the locals to be able to use a clear and concise way for us to receive information on how 911 fees are collected and then how they're also being utilized in the counties. What this does is it sets up an authority at MEMA, and that helps provide oversight and technical assistance to the counties. While there is an authority at MEMA that is governed, or it has a board of governance that's made up of local entities that provides for, or it helps the counties convert to an NG 911. It also established standards and minimum requirements for local NG 911 plans. It provides for accountability and oversight over the diversions of those emergency communication service charges. There is a reverse repealer in this bill, and this is like I said earlier, this is something that the counties and the sheriff's departments have been working on for a number of years. They have come to a general consensus with how this should work. We're going to continue to work through this process, and I ask that you support this effort to keep this moving forward. There is one issue that has come up, and that's very important for all of us to understand, is that the amount of money that the counties have been able to collect over the years for emergency services has declined. And the reason why that's declined is that a lot of people have gone away from traditional phone lines, so the revenues that have been collected have dwindled, while at the same time the amount of technology that's required to run your local dispatch centers has increased significantly. What we're wanting to do with this is to give the counties the ability to raise the charges that you see on your communications bills up to a total of $4. And that is something that there's a little bit of disagreement within the House and the Senate on, and that's something that we hope to work through. But what we would like, since this is federal, or since this is local money, and it's going for a local cause, is we would like for the boards of supervisors to determine what would be the best or the total amount of money that they would need. This is consistent with other states that have done this similarly, and we would allow for the counties to adopt what their local emergency service charge would be. Alabama, I think, has gone up to $5, and this just requires it to go up, or only allows it to go up to $4. And I look to see additional changes as this moves forward in the process. Mr. President, that's a brief explanation of this, and I will yield for questions.
Senator McClendon, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction, out of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I'd like the Senate to welcome, in between the Clark Kent phone booth over there in the outhouse on the north side of the gallery, Mr. Senator Merle Flowers, DeSoto County.
Hasn't aged a bit. All right, Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
Please proceed.
Thank you. You talked about the fee that's on the landline phones, that part of that goes back to the locals. Is there not a fee on a cell phone?
Yes, there is. There's a fee on a landline and a fee on a cell phone.
Can you kindly explain to me where the fee on the cell phones are going if the county's revenue is dwindling because everybody and their brother and little sister and cousin have a cell phone now?
Yeah, it used to be that you would have cell phones, or we had landlines at our house that are residential lines, and we had cell phones as well. Well, as people have received cell phones and we've gotten used to that, they started dropping all their phone lines. So that's why the local dollars have diminished. Also, not to get too deep into the weeds on this, the locals get 100% of that residential fee that's collected, whereas on a cell phone bill, they only receive 70% back to the locals for operations and maintenance of their communication centers.
Okay, but I would have to see some data that shows me that there's less cell phones than there were landlines 5 years ago, because everybody in the household now has a cell phone and they used to have only one landline, or 20 years ago. So I have never been able to track down that revenue. And we've got to figure out where that revenue is and why the counties are getting a lesser amount, because that is being collected and it is going somewhere. Because I think everybody in this room would agree with me that there's more cell phones out there than there ever were landlines. And if each one has that fee, somebody's collecting a lot of money somewhere. And even at 70%, the counties ought to be rolling in money from all these cell phones. So I want to know why we're even considering raising fees when there's got to be a pot of money somewhere that belongs to the counties.
Yes, I will. One of the main reasons why this bill is even before you today is that we acknowledge that there has been a lack of accountability and a lack of transparency for emergency communications funds, especially when these funds are directed and diverted from the service providers to the counties itself. They write checks individually to the counties in many cases. So what we're trying to do here, all of this will roll through DOR and then be diverted through DOR and under this new process.
I appreciate what you're doing, but I guess I'm wondering why we can't audit where this money is. Because if they're writing checks from the providers to the counties, and we know there's way more cell phones, we need to know what they're doing with that money. If they're keeping it, what they're doing with it, because that money does not belong to these providers. So I want to go on the record and say, and whatever we have to do to audit this before we take another step, I want to know where this money is. And I think everybody that's paying fees through cell phones and wants their counties to get their fair share of it, somebody's got to come up with where that money is. And just saying we can't find it is just not an excuse. I mean, I've gone from place to place to place over the 10 years I've been here and have come up empty.
Yes,
and I
ma'am.
want to know where the money is.
We do too, and actually, I think Peer has had 3 or 4 reports over the past 10 years expressing the very same problems. And again, this is the step in the right direction to provide that accountability.
I mean, do we need to file a suit against these providers to get it in court and to force them to do something and tell us where this money is? I mean, because apparently 4 peer reports hadn't done anything.
Well, actually, it's up to the legislature to take the action that we have in the peer reports, and this is consistent with the findings of the peer report that requires or asks for additional accountability, and that's exactly what we're doing. But I don't think anyone in this building would ever argue with you that there are more cell phones today than there were 15 years ago. What they would say is that there's much less landlines or fewer landlines, both on a residential side as well as commercial offices. In a lot of commercial places, we used to have 15 to 20 landlines coming into our office. That's been reduced down to 2 now because of the way that we're able to use a voice over IP.
But all those people that used to answer those landlines all have cell phones now. So, I mean, I did not learn Common Core math, and traditional math tells me that there's a lot more money out there that is unaccounted for.
We agree. We hope to get to the bottom of that too.
Well, I do too, because I'm never going to vote to raise somebody's fee on anything or give anybody authority to raise a fee until I can find where this money's going. And I appreciate your efforts in this, and I know it's been ongoing. So thank you.
I appreciate your help, Senator.
Senator McDaniel, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator?
Certainly.
Please proceed, Senator McDaniel.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, and I'll start by saying that I do appreciate your efforts at transparency and accountability. I wish there were a way we could split this bill in half and pass that part and forego the fee increases on the bill. You mentioned there was a difference between the House position and the Senate position. Does that relate to the fee?
No, there's a lot of other issues that we've been dealing with, trying to get this corralled into a bill that we would have as a consensus bill. The thought process is that we're going to have a lot of counties throughout the state. They're going to choose to consolidate. We don't know exactly today what that's going to look like or what those requirements are going to be. So for us to be able to move forward with an NG 911 program and an NG 911 plan, we need the counties to have first of all, they need to have the technical experience and the technical advisement that we would be able to get from this authority to help them establish what their NG 911 plan is going to be. That's going to also help them understand how much money they're going to have. But everyone in this room needs to understand that your counties are reaching out to us today saying that they do not have the money, or they're putting more and more of their general fund dollars into the operations of these PSAP centers because primarily of the cost that technology is creating to be able to respond to calls for request. We've got to work through that, and we are doing that.
Right, I follow the logic there. I suppose my concern is that the appetite of our counties, their governments and ours, as to tax revenue, as to fees, seems to be insatiable. And my concern is that one fee increase leads to another, and so on and so on. And the people that are being hurt are just the end consumers, because that is, of course, passed to them. Without the accountability, I just think this is a never-ending fee increase, and that's my concern. Any idea, if we allow, I think I know the answer to this, but if we give them upward authority of $4, naturally, they're all going to raise it to $4. That's just human nature. It's the way things work. How much money from an, I know we can't precisely, but how much money would that raise? Do we know?
No, I do not have that number right for you. However, when we've talked to the counties and they've looked at their budgets that they have operating their public safety answering points, which are their dispatches or a PSAP, the cost for running those are 3 or 4 times greater than the amount of revenue that they generate from these emergency communication service charges. So we're seeing that nationwide. And I will tell you this does have a reverse repealer in it. This is not, the way that we have this fee increase is not the way that I would want it to be. But what I hope to do is to be able to work through this process, understand it a little bit more, work with our counties and our emergency management and with MEMA, and understand what those costs are, and come back to you with a better option and a better program for us to do. All we want to do at this point is let's work with the House, come up with a good plan that will help our communities, and let's help our counties start implementing some of these standards.
I do get that, and I do believe you are sincere when you say that, no question about that. My concern is not your sincerity, it's perhaps the inability of some of these governing bodies to plan accordingly, perhaps the inability of those bodies to spend responsibly, perhaps the inability of those bodies to take money from one pot and put it into the other. The reality is, if we keep supplementing that money, it never leads them to act with accountability. It just forces us to supplement and raise more money. So my concern is the direction, I suppose, not necessarily what you're attempting to do, but the direction generally of the bill itself. I appreciate the opportunity to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McDaniel. Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Are you
President.
here for a question, sir?
Absolutely.
Please
Thank
proceed,
you. Thank
Senator
you.
Hobson.
Let me preface my question by saying, first, thanks for doing this. And my last year as energy chairman, I was just starting to get into this, and then things changed. But I think for a few years now, this has been needed to look into this issue. And I know you've been working hard. We've talked about it in years past. Didn't know this was coming up today. But one of the things I recall from that was there were maybe close to sufficient funds going into the whatever that pool was, or CMRS, thank you. And that there was maybe a way to redistribute those funds and not have to increase anything. I don't know if that's been looked at. I would ask you first, have you and others looked into that issue so we don't have to add an additional fee here?
Yeah, just for a little additional background, CMRS is commercial mobile radio systems. That's the 1990s terminology for a cell phone. So you will see on your cell phone bill, there's a $1 charge for CMRS. Of that $1 that's collected, 70% of it goes to the counties, 30% today goes to the CMRS fund. That fund was originally designed for telecommunications companies to be able to do cost recovery for equipment that was added to cell towers to allow for triangulation of cell phone calls. So when a call comes into dispatch from a cell phone, back in the 90s when we didn't have GPS chips in our phone, they would be able to have specialized equipment that would give the responding agencies approximate location of that phone call. So that money has accrued over a large number of years as the technologies have improved that reduced the amount of cost recovery requests from those funds. It is a large amount of money that's corrected there now. Under this plan and what's been discussed, there is obviously no transfer of funds, but I did create what's called an NG 911 implementation fund, and the design of that would be to take the money that's in that CMRS or a portion of that and move that money into fund that would allow or help locals with implementation, the capital costs associated with implementing these NG 911s. I do not want that money to go towards salaries or other expenses of the county. It would all be done under the Emergency Communications District.
Yeah, I got a lot of questions and thoughts about this, and I'm going to try to make this succinct because I know we got a lot of other stuff to do today. Have you had discussions as to whether or not the miss-win system would also apply and could be utilized for some of this?
Yes, sir. So I want to be very clear. This bill has nothing to do with miss-win system or its operation or its board or anything.
I realize that, but could they collaborate? Have we looked into that?
Collaboration, absolutely.
A study for that, because I thought it might be a good idea to get them to collaborate. And furthermore, that we could use the funds that are in the CMRS so we wouldn't have to increase any costs. I really think you're on to something good here. I just wonder if there's a way to keep from having to add this fee, because that's a hefty fee, as I recall. I remember thinking a quarter or 50 cents was probably maybe a reasonable fee to get this done. And this seems like a lot of money to try to get done what you're proposing.
Well, let me tell you, I got a really good appropriations chairman that is easy to work with.
Did or do?
I do have a really good one. And I look forward to working with him on making sure that the bill that we would present in a conference report would be something that this chamber could support.
Would you be willing to just strip out the fee and leave that part blank so we don't commit to putting some fee, setting the bar high on the fee? Because I think there's a way to do this, if I remember correctly, without putting a $4 fee in there. That's gonna send off the alarm signals for a lot of folks that I don't think are necessary, based on my recollection.
I do understand the hesitation to that for anyone in this chamber, but I want to reach out to, I want to ask you to work with me on this, because I could go into great detail of how much expense this is costing our counties, but without being able to provide the information such as that Angela was asking about earlier.
Senator Hill.
I apologize, Senator Hill.
I'm just kidding around.
What she's asking for, it's hard for me to stand here and give you a credible answer that you're looking for. But I've worked on this for 8 years now, and I understand from talking to emergency communication officials across the state, not supervisors, but the actual people that are tasked with setting up these programs and providing the quality of service that the community is going to demand from public emergency communications. And it's going to be an extremely expensive proposition. And I'm pretty safe to say that I don't think $4 is going to cover it from the county's perspective, from the county side. But I want to come up and bring you a plan and show you the numbers at a later date.
All right, one of the things, when you say not going to cover it from the county side, one of the things that I was looking at a few years back was let me make the statement and see if you agree with it. We need to look at consolidating. We don't need a place in every county, Senator.
You're exactly right.
I think that's a big waste of money. And there's a way to consolidate services and save a lot of money. And that's the path that I want us to go to. So when you talk about what the counties need, would you agree with me that we need to at least make sure, and I'm hoping this bill has in it, that there's a proposal to allow there to be consolidation in E911 and emergency communication services?
That is the crux of the NG 911 platform, is that we can have consolidated PSAPs across our state and reduce the number by, I would hope to be able to do it by 30 to 40% on initial implementation. And then just by practice, what we've seen across the country is that it happens they start combining each other even more. So we have put those carrots in this bill to give the advantages to the supervisors that wish to move forward with a consolidation plan.
And just so I make sure I understand on this, because it's important, the $4 you're talking about, or up to $4, is going to be tacked on to what, people's bills or to the county?
No, it's to the individual types of communication, except for the residential line. The residential line cannot go higher than $1. That's what it is right now. It doesn't change. So if you've got a voice over IP or a cell phone connection or a prepaid wireless, then you would be subject to that, whatever that emergency communication service charge would be.
Thank you, Senator Delano.
Senator Polk, for what purpose you seek recognition?
No question.
Question, Senator, will you yield?
Absolutely.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Referring back to Senator Hill's question, and you said the counties get 70%. I probably missed it, but where's the other 30%?
It's going into the CMRS fund that we talked about just a second ago, and that has accrued to a pretty significant number that there aren't that many expenses that have been, or reimbursements that have been requested.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Polk. I believe Senator Fillingate, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
A parliamentary inquiry.
Please proceed.
I would like to know if this particular strike all is divisible.
One moment, please.
Divisible.
In response to Senator Fillingate, we believe that it is divisible. So parliamentary was well taken. Second, we have a motion from Senator Hobson. So we'll be one moment, please.
Do you want me to explain it? Section 6.
While we're waiting on that, Senator Barnett, do you have any questions on the bill before we address the amendment? So we can be moving?
I do, Mr. President.
Would you yield, Senator?
Absolutely.
Please proceed, Senator Barnett, with your question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This may be some questions and some answers to some of the questions that you may have been asked already, but would you agree that a lot of our counties who are having problems with their 911 equipment fail to early on upgrade as technology upgraded?
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, and the technology is moving so quickly that there's really no way for them to budget properly or to get the dollars that are necessary, that have been necessary to upgrade these systems, especially with the consolidation piece that's being contemplated in the NG 911 programs.
Well, I hear you all keep referring to as consolidation, but I think the word that is, or the terminology that's used in that industry is called remote. So, and there are several counties that have already started this process is where they can remote from another PSAP.
That's correct.
One in particular is where Forest County is a host PSAP, and they are remote. You have Hattiesburg, Petal, USM, all of those are 911 extensions from the PSAP in Forest County. My next question is, the fees that they're asking for, would you agree that those are necessary too because of the price or because of the cost of technology and how it has changed and from one year to the next?
Yeah, there's no doubt. We know that the fee or that the costs for operating these PSAPs are greatly exceed the amount of money that's collected by each county, and I base that on the number of supervisors and emergency management agencies that have, or emergency management entities that have contacted us over the past 5 or 6 years requesting some assistance with this or some relief. And some of the CMRS money that has been amassed and accrued is monies that could go to the benefit of our local emergency management or emergency communications districts, and that's something that could be contemplated at a later date. But it's obviously not in this bill because they require an appropriations transfer.
Would you also agree that a portion of this money too that's being asked for is not necessarily for the PSAPs to just get new equipment, but to get the equipment that those people with disabilities can have access to 911 as well?
Yeah, that's a good, that's the technology that would be added to the ways that the public would be able to reach public safety. And it could be something as simple as the little device that you wear around your neck that where you press a button and I've fallen and I can't get up. Well, instead of that going through a call center in Iowa somewhere, that would actually go straight to your local PSAP and it would tell them exactly where you are, and you could have one-way or two-way communication using those devices. And those are new technologies that 99% of the PSAPs in the state cannot handle at this time.
Would you also agree that with the technologies that we have out there today, that this would also increase the response time from when a person actually calls into 911 and it gives that caller, I mean, that
It would certainly make for more efficient.
The person that answered the phone call, instead of them calling another agency, that they automatically transfer that caller to the necessary agency that they are trying to get to, minimizing the amount of time that it takes them to respond?
That's certainly the case.
So Senator, Chairman, I thank you for working on this. I think this is well needed, and I see it on a daily basis. The importance of 911, and we have to realize that 911 is not just something where you call and report a problem, but it's also a lifesaver, especially when we think about our men and women in uniform that happens to find themselves in harm's way and could use this as a way to get help to them when it's needed. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. I believe Senator Hobson is recognized. Just before an amendment.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. President. I think the amendment is on the screen. This strips out the section that deals with the fees and renumbers the other sections. I think you heard from the questions the rationale behind this, and I think I totally agree this bill needs to move forward without that, because this is great what Senator Delano is trying to do here. It's probably been needed for many years now, and I know he's worked very hard on it, but I'd ask you to strip out the fee section because I think that's going to be a problem getting this bill across the finish line at this juncture. So I move adoption of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Blunt?
Thank you, Mr. President, for a question.
You have for a question, Senator. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, does this bill, I understand your amendment removes the fee from the bill. Does it remove the possibility of any fee being added later in the process, or does it just remove it for the vote that we're about to have?
From the vote we're about to have. So you won't be voting on a fee increase for those devices right now.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Senator Williams, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Yield for a question, sir.
I'll yield.
Please proceed, Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This does no way affects any fee that may currently be in place, is there? I think there's a $1 fee currently on cell phones. It does not address that.
No, I mean, this bill's pending with a reverse repealer, so nothing's going to happen right now. It just ensures that we're not voting on an increase for a fee. Even with the reverse repealer, it's not increasing the fee. I'm hopeful that the chairman will go back and look at, any of us can talk with him. I remember a few things about it, although my memory's getting bad as we go through this process, but I do remember some things, and I think there are some things to do to help either reduce or eliminate the possibility for a fee. That's what this amendment's doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other questions? Any questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator Hobson.
Adoption of the amendment. Thank you.
Adopt the amendment. Senator Delano, would you like to speak on the amendment?
No, I believe that this is helpful for the process, and I ask you to support the chairman's amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the Senator Simmons, I'm sorry.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
With the adoption of the last amendment, is this bill now a majority vote?
There's no other fees in it.
I believe so, Senator. I think that is correct, and it will be a majority vote.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Back. We're on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes, and we did the motion. Now we're on the committee. Strike all. You've already adopted it. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're on the strike all.
On the strike all.
That's correct.
Mr. President, if there are no other questions, I'd like to move to adopt the strike all.
Questions? Questions? Motion to adopt the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Now, if there are no other questions, I'd like to move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Delano. Back on the calendar, Senator Seymour. Pass. Senator Whaley. Senator Whaley. Pass 36, 37, and 38. Is that correct, Senator? Okay. Chairman Bryan. Chairman Bryan. Chairman Bryan. Chairman Bryan, we're on 39.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, we need to call it up and read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2735, freestanding emergency room, revised definition to include rural emergency hospital.
Now we're ready.
I make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I believe there's a strike all amendment, or I'm sorry, an amendment on the desk.
One moment, Senator.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, the way things were going, I just assumed it'd take an hour or so to debate that name in that courtyard.
Okay, Senator, we got your amendment. We're ready to go.
If you'll put the amendment up on the desk, that's really the heart of the bill. And I'll explain what we're doing while explaining the amendment. This is an attempt to allow people to put freestanding emergency rooms in rural areas under certain circumstances. And this came about primarily because of a situation that occurred in Houston, which is sort of an unusual situation in that there's a hospital in Houston, but it does not have an emergency room. And a couple of years ago, someone mistakenly went to the hospital because of an emergency. There was no emergency room, and the individual wound up passing away because of inability to get to an emergency room. So the hospital there has closed the emergency room. It's not going to reopen. And there's a desire in Houston to have an emergency room. There's a desire in certain other rural areas here, yonder, and there. There's some distance from other places to have an emergency room. The dilemma is it's not really economically feasible to do that in many places. There are those who think that it would be economically feasible to do that, and so what we're attempting to do with this legislation is authorize freestanding emergency rooms under certain circumstances in certain places. And we've not been able to develop the language that we want, and so the amendment is before you with a reverse repealer, but the concept is that we would have a pilot program of no more than 5 of these to see what happens. Why, you ask, would there be a pilot program, and why would we have any of these restrictions anyway? Well, the provision of emergency care is something we've struggled with for a long time. And a number of years ago, time flies, it may have been 20 now, may even be more than 20, that's disturbing. But it came to light after both Governor Musgrove and Governor Fordyce were in car wrecks, albeit under different circumstances, that there was a focus on emergency rooms. And in order to provide the care that's needed, you have to have a certain staff there. You have to have people on call. You need to have a neurosurgeon, and neurosurgeons are expensive, particularly at 3 in the morning. So we came up with a scheme where hospitals would have emergency rooms based on the type of hospital they had. And if you were a big, full-blown hospital, then you would have a comprehensive emergency room. And if you were a community hospital, your emergency room would be of a different standard. And so we had a network and had funding and put all this together, and it has been working better. It's not perfect. I won't go into all the details, but it works. So there is some hesitancy to do anything that would chip away at that system, which is doing right well. So that's one of the reasons that there's some hesitancy about it. But I believe it to be the case that if you'll let us continue to work on this bill, we've been talking to the House, they're in general agreement about what we're trying to do, that by the time the session's over, we will have a bill for you to look at, which I think will accomplish what we're trying to do, and we'll make certain that we don't have unintended consequences insofar as we can. So that's what the amendment does, that's what the bill does. I'll be happy to answer questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill. Senator McDaniel, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
You yield for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator McDaniel.
The present restrictions that we're seeing that would prohibit this from taking place without legislation, is that a result of the CON process?
Yes.
Has there been any discussions in your committee over the years about perhaps phasing out the antiquated CON process?
I'm not familiar with an antiquated certificate of need process.
What about just the CON process?
Well, I think this is the difficulty. First of all, we do not have, nor will we have, a free market in healthcare. We'll have a free market in healthcare when we get to the point that someone who's been in a car wreck and is terribly injured is brought to an emergency room, and we inquire about their ability to pay, and if they can't pay, we simply let them sit there and suffer for lack of financial resources. And if we get to that point, then we can talk about a free market in healthcare. But as a practical matter, we are going, as a society, we are going to provide some amount of health care to just about everybody in some circumstances. It's more expensive than it needs to be, it's in limited circumstances, and on and on and on. But it's that burden of caring for the uninsured that we have to deal with. And the certificate of need process, in part, is there to make sure that we don't have medical entities that cherry pick, that take care only of people with insured, leaving the public facilities to take care of only of those without insurance, and ultimately that gets to be very expensive and unsustainable. Another reason that we have a certificate of need is that the proliferation of thingies tends to lead to a lot of use of thingies. In other words, if you own a piece of medical equipment and you get paid money by operating that medical equipment, then a lot of people that you see tend to need the use of that medical equipment. And so those are the two reasons that we have a certificate of need process. The existing process, like everything, needs some tweaks. We tweak it from time to time. It's not perfect, but it's infinitely better than not having anything at all.
Yes, sir, and I appreciate that. If we were in a courtroom, I would probably object as non-responsive, and that's okay. I think we can have this debate another time. I just think it's interesting that the market deficiencies we're seeking to rectify here would probably already be rectified if not for the COM process, and we'll have this debate another time.
That's a great idea.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hill,
I
for what purpose?
think there are a large number of our colleagues that are very grateful for that.
Senator Hill, for what purpose? Please, ma'am.
I have two questions.
Two questions, Senator. Please proceed.
Does that mean you're going to ask the two questions?
If you'll allow me.
Yes.
Okay, the first question is, I'm looking at your strike all on here, and it's cut off on line 13, so I can't see the rest of it, your strike all amendment. But my question would be, there was language in the original bill that said that only people who currently operate in rural hospitals could open these freestanding emergency rooms. Is that language still in there?
It's still in there for the reason that I was trying sort of to make the least change from the original. But that's one of the things we'll be discussing, and that's why there's a reverse repealer.
Okay.
And the amendment's imperfect, but yes, that's
Okay.
something we need to look at.
Do you know where those 11 areas are, like approximately in the state, where those 11 areas are that we could wind up having these pilot programs?
I'm not aware of which 11 areas you're referring
Because I keep hearing that there's 11 counties that this could wind up in, is what I've been told by the lobbyist that's carrying this bill. So I was just curious if it was a certain region of the state. I don't think it's down in my area, because I think we have hospitals in pretty much every county down there. So I'm assuming maybe it's the Delta or, somewhere up in northeast Mississippi. I just wondered if...
There may be a lobbyist that's telling you that there are 11 hospitals which would be affected by some iteration of the bill. Perhaps the bill is originally introduced, but...
No, 11 counties that could potentially get these emergency rooms, and I'm for somebody getting an emergency room.
I do not know where the 11 counties are.
Okay.
And I'm not sure that the bill in its final form will apply to the same 11 counties that you're being told about.
Okay, well, my concern was that we were limiting who could operate these emergency rooms in statute. And if you have a reverse repealer in there, I would appreciate looking at that, because I think that, saying that only certain people that already operate rural hospitals could open these things is maybe a little bit of unfair advantage to certain people to be able to go in there and open these, because they're going to get money, because the fees are going to be changed. The federal government's reimbursement is changing on ERs. So the ERs are going to become profitable, I think, after June. They're not profitable right now, but they're going to, I think, have 105% of Medicaid reimbursement in June. So I think that's why people are looking more toward doing this, and I can understand, because you wouldn't do it if it was going to bankrupt you, unless you're very wealthy and philanthropic. which I would do it if I was wealthy. I would open emergency rooms everywhere and fund them. But I guess that's just a concern, if you would be willing to just look into that as it moves through the process into, that language that says only people who are currently operating rural hospitals could actually take advantage of the bill.
Well, first of all, the final form of the bill will not be exclusive to any one individual. And that language that you're talking about is something we're looking at. Secondly, the change in reimbursement, which I understand is going to occur, may help alleviate the cost of operating the rooms. But that would only apply if Medicaid increases reimbursement. That would only apply to Medicaid beneficiaries.
Right. But
And
apparently they think they can profit off of that, or they wouldn't be wanting to open freestanding emergency rooms.
You're exactly right. There are some entities who think they can profit from these facilities. There is also the question of, if you have a hospital system, whether for any one of a number of variety of reasons, including on some level just a desire to provide services, that you would be willing to provide a service at some cost, but not a service at a huge cost. So there may be situations where the combination of the change in reimbursement, if it does occur, plus the desire of the system to provide service in its general area might combine to make something possible that was not previously. But you're right, and these are all the things we're going to talk about, and it's here on the deadline day in this form with a reverse relay because time just ran out, and
my
we wanted to do something.
My second question is, are you aware that there's 15 states that have no certificate of need in this country whatsoever?
I haven't counted.
I'm looking at NCL's map right now, and there's 15 states, and as far as I know, they still treating car wrecks without a certificate of need. I just wanted to just make that point that, even if we look to that one day, we can still treat our car wreck victims. And maybe even pay our people more that work in the healthcare system. And maybe retain them better. So that's just something I wanted to mention to you. Thank you.
Well, I realize there is this theory that if we simply abolish the certificate of need, that would solve all the problems in healthcare. We did have a presentation from someone who said, from the George Mason outfit, that said that if we would abolish certificates of need, we would have 40 additional hospitals in Mississippi, which I thought was laughable on its face. But at any rate.
Well, I don't know anything about George Mason, but one thing.
It's a blessing.
My husband was treated at the University of Texas MD Anderson Medical Center, and do you know what one of the most surprising things to me after we spent 2.5 weeks out there and multiple trips and surgeries and what have you? You know what one of my most surprising things from MD Anderson and dealing with a hospital out there in Texas where there's no CON?
I think, Senator Hill, you've just asked a third question.
Well, will you take my third question? Let me tell you what my biggest surprise was.
Well, if I take your third question, first of all,
I promise it'll be the last.
Okay.
What
was your biggest surprise?
My biggest surprise is the treatment that my husband got in Mississippi prior to us going to MD Anderson, that the bills that I received were much cheaper in Texas than they were in Mississippi.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Any other
I
questions?
move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I suggest use of the morning roll call.
This morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. No. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 40.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. Number 40.
Senate Bill number 2818, Mississippi County Health Department Infrastructure Grant Program Act of 2022 established.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you.
I move adoption of either the committee substitute or the strike all amendment. I guess I need to move adoption of the strike all amendment as a substitute for the committee substitute.
Okay. We only have the committee substitute here.
I mean, I certainly thought y'all had this amendment proposed to the committee substitute.
Okay, you got the committee substitute? I'm sorry, the strike all to the committee substitute up. You're recognized to explain, Senator.
As you may remember, the Senate proposition about some features of the marijuana law was that it was to be operated by the Department of Agriculture. The House wanted to have those features operated by the Department of Health. The conference report adopted the House position that said the Department of Health would operate those features. The Department of Agriculture said, we don't want to do this. If you pass this law giving us this responsibility, we will not follow the state law. The Department of Health said to us, we do not want to do this, but if you pass a law telling us to, we will do our very best to follow the law. So the duties went to the Department of Health. They looked at the conference report and they said, if you want us to do what you're telling us to do, we need some help. I prevailed upon them to let us get the conference report adopted and get that out of the way, and that I would do my very best to follow with a technical amendment bill which tried to address their concerns. So this very long amendment, you'll be pleased to know, is mostly code sections being brought forward. The State Department of Health has said to us that if you want us to make these contracts as quickly as you want us to, that we need to be able to be exempt from the bid laws, the procurement laws, and the regulations concerning ITS. And this bill allows that until June 30th, 2023, which I'm sorry to tell you is less than 18 months away. I have shown this to Senator Blackwell, and he feels like it's the thing to do to give this flexibility to the Department of Health. And again, as I say, they didn't want to do this, but they've been good soldiers, and they said, if you tell us to, we'll do what you're telling us to, and they've asked for the passage of these exemptions for this temporary period of time. So that's what the bill does. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
We'll start with the adoption of the committee substitute, I believe, Senator, and then we'll get to the strike-all. So the motion would be to adopt this committee substitute.
I move adoption of the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
I move adoption of the amendment to the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're ready, Senator.
And I suggest use of the morning roll call on final
Morning roll
passage.
call has been requested for final passage. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. McDaniel present. Sojourner present. Is that correct, sir, Senator? Senator Sojourner? Present. Senator Chisholm? No. Senator Hill? Present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman. We'll go to 41, Chairman Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 41 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2879, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2879, Mississippi Voting Modernization Act, enact.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Yes, sir. I'd like to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Okay, what Senate Bill 2879 is a bill that it's called the Mississippi Voting Modernization Act. Basically, what this is going to do is this is going to create a grant program for counties to be able to apply for money to be able to purchase voting machines that have a paper ballot that is marked by the voter. The money for that will come in an appropriations bill later, but this will just set it up, and it can go to machines for paper ballots, it can go to paper ballots, it can go to debt that counties may have on machines. That's an explanation of what the bill does. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
I have an amendment.
Yeah,
I move that we adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on your amendment,
All right,
Senator.
we've got an amendment, and all it is, we are changing the department of who's actually going to administer this from the Secretary of State to the Department of Finance and Administration. And then other than that, there's just a few grammatical changes that we needed to make, and that's all the amendment does. I'll be happy to take any questions on the amendment.
Seeing questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
I move that we adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the bill, Senator.
If there's no other questions, I ask for a final passage.
Questions on the bill. Senator Norwood, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. And I did understand you correct to say that if machines have already purchased machines, this would allow them to use access grant money to cover the costs for that.
That's right. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Senator Barrett.
That answers my
That
question.
passed. Seeing no further questions, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Adoption by morning roll call.
Morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman DeBar. You okay, Senator Sparks?
Thank you, Mr. President. Call item 42 up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2430, state aid for construction of school facilities, bring forward sections relating to.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that it be explained to the committee substitute.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. This is just the school, public school building fund statute. We're bringing forward the code sections to see if we can, at the end of the session, get some money from appropriations to fund the building fund. This does have a reverse repealer. The ARPA money and so forth that has come down does not allow for new buildings and capital projects and so forth. But this statute will allow for that by using different money and so forth. So this is something that our superintendents have asked for as we've traveled throughout the state. We've heard in education meetings. And so we're just trying to keep a vehicle alive to see if there's a way to fund it this year and maybe help out some of our school districts that need new buildings or to modernize their projects. That's the explanation of the committee substitute. Yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the substitute? Questions? Seeing none, we're ready, Senator.
Move for adoption of the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're ready on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been requested. We object to procedure. Mr. Records voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Chairman Barber on 43.
Call that item up and have the title
Mr.
read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2443, nationally certified school employees, lead caps on nurses and speech pathologists, added let trainers for salary supplements.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, this is the standalone bill for the athletic trainers, the audiologists, pathologists, and nurses we passed earlier this session in Senate Bill 2444, which was the teacher pay raise. I do have a strike all amendment, Mr. President, which I'd like to have put up on the screen, if you don't mind. The strike-all amendment is the identical version of the teacher pay raise bill we passed earlier in this session. This has the teacher pay code sections in it, and what this will do is this will allow for the Senate to pass two versions of the teacher pay bill and send on to the House. As you are all aware, during a session, things may get confusing, bills may die, but this will send a message to the other end that despite all the talk that's going on about many issues and many bills, that the Senate is fully committed to our teachers, to paying our teachers a fair and decent wage, and that we would hope that the House would take up one of our Senate bills immediately, either do a strike all and send it back, or pass our Senate bill as is and send it on to the governor. And so without going through the teacher pay bill, since we've already passed it once earlier this year, or this session, this is the reason for that, is we want to show that we are committed to our teachers and that we believe that this is our number one priority. So with that, I'll yield for any questions on the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment. Senator Butler, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You here for a question, Senator Barber?
I do.
Senator
Yes, sir, I
Butler,
do.
you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Barber. You know, we have talked about the nurses, and and you may have answered this. Do they automatically get the raise, or do the school board have to vote for the raise? How do they get their raise?
They have to apply through the Department of Education for their supplement every year. It's up to a $6,000 supplement.
And does it have to be approved by the Department of Education? Or, I mean, you know,
there's a cutoff on the number of applications that are or approvals that are available, but, you know, it's basically first come, first serve. And I don't think the cap of 20, I believe, has ever been met to this point. I could be wrong on that, so I'll get that for you. But I've not heard any issues of anybody being denied the supplement at this point.
Thank you, Mr.
But if I do, I will get back with you. We'll work on something.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator
Thank you, Senator Butler. Any other questions? Questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move for adoption of the amendment.
For adoption of the strike-all, I believe, right? Adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no questions, I move for adoption of, or passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Passage by use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Senator Moran? Does not. Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 44. Senator, yes, sir.
I'd like to be added as a co-author.
Senator Moran would like to be a co-author. Anyone else? McClendon? Seymour? Jackson? Wadey? Blackwell? Boyd? Kaufman? McMahon? Blunt? Branning? Thomas? Frazier? Butler K? Tate? McCon? Sparks? Barrett? England? Suber? Carter? Barnett? Fillingane? Harkins? Kirby? Whaley? Hickman? England? I think you may have got Hill? Norwood? Simmons? D. Anyone else? Delano? Anyone else? Seeing no objection is granted, we'll go to 44, Chairman Pope. Senator Blackman, I'm sorry.
Not for that.
Okay,
A parliamentary inquiry.
please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I noticed that, we're given an opportunity, and the public is given an opportunity to be able to go to our webpage see what's on our calendar, get our committee substitutes. But when there's a strike-all, we don't have an opportunity to review it. The public doesn't have an opportunity to review it until it's presented. So is there any way that if a strike-all is going to be presented by a chairman or chairwoman, that it can be placed on the website?
Okay, well, first, that would be a question for rules, I believe, at this point, but one moment. Madam Chairman, these happen simultaneous on the floor, so we don't have time to put them on the website. I would ask the senators that have them done before we begin, certainly we would be willing to do so, but when it's
Thank you,
brought
Mr.
on the floor, we
President.
can't do anything. Thank you very much. Senator Polk, let's go. Item 44, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
One
Call up
moment,
item
one
44 and
moment,
ask the title be
Senator.
read.
One moment. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold on yesterday's calendar, number 63, Senate Bill 2658, on a motion to reconsider. Thank you.
2368. Yesterday's calendar, ma'am. To the chair. Okay, Chairman Polk, we're on. You're recognized, Senator Polk, on item 44.
I've asked the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Salary cap, exempt certain attorneys employed by Attorney General from.
I'd like to use your motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Polk, please proceed.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the bill.
Recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. As many people know, a lot of times we have a discrepancy or a disparity in our attorneys' salaries, especially at the Attorney General's office, because the salaries there are tied to the Attorney General's salary, which is set by the legislature and the state. This bill simply removes some attorneys from that procedure that they have to be tied to the Attorney General's salary. If you'll look on line 57, it says certain attorneys employed by the Attorney General's office, and that's what happens. It excludes some of them. And then I have an amendment that might help explain some things too, if I might offer it.
Okay, we're on the amendment. Senator, it's on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a reverse repealer. We do have a bill out there that might raise all the salaries of our statewide elected officials. If that comes to fruition, there is a good possibility that the bill we're discussing right here will not be needed. So I'm asking that we have an reverse repealer in there, so if that does happen, we can just let this one die and it won't matter. So I move that we accept the amendment.
Sorry, Senator. Thank you very much. Questions? Questions on the amendment? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're back on the bill.
If there are no questions, use the morning roll call for passage.
Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator. Bill passes. We go to Chairman Wiggins. Chairman Wiggins? Chairman Kirby, we ask Chairman Wiggins? Pass. Pass on 45, 46, 47, 48. Chairman Fillingane passes on 49. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Oh,
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand adjourned until 4 p.m. Monday.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand adjourned.